3 days to make sure that there is actually coherence. I'm going to simply allow only 30 seconds to make sure that people are seated. People like Professor Moyo. I think we should start at the beginning. And the beginning starts with colonialism. Because colonialism, as colleagues were able to put it more sharply, was very disruptive to African life. It was not only disruptive, it was very violent. And also not only was it disruptive, violent, but it was total. It was about physical displacement of African people. And in some cases, you end up with settlerism, where the colonialists settled. And in South Africa, we always talk about the colonialism of a special kind, where the colonizer does not move away. So that needs to be understood. It was also cultural in its impact, in a sense that it sought to destroy the cultural apparatus that African people had lived to make sense of the world. And it was also epistemic in its reach, in a sense that it sought to not only colonize the land, but also colonize the minds of Africans. Hence, we talk about a cognitive empire, or the empires of the mind. Since the moment, from the moment that the colonialists set their foot, Africans have been engaged in all sorts of struggles. And the most recorded struggles that we talk about is largely the political struggle. But it was never lost to us and to the revolutionaries and those who struggled against colonialism that the political struggle is part one struggle. And there was an assumption that once the political struggle has been completed, it will be followed by other struggles, the economic struggle, the cultural struggle, and also the struggle of the right to be, which is linked to the notion of people's culture. And what our engagement is all about is really about taking the struggle to the next level. If you read our policy documents, the higher education document on transformation, 1997, it talks about the need for us to ensure that all knowledges, including African knowledges, become part of our curriculum. In a sense, that posture is a posture that has informed the University of Zululand to come up with a strategic plan to say it is about time that we change gears. It's about time that we seek and try to establish a truly African university. And in saying that, we're making a distinction between universities in Africa and universities that are African in orientation and in content. And this is where the idea of a cognitive empire comes in. That we may have people located in certain spaces, but cognitively or epistemically, they may be somewhere else. So the Gajeni tries by all means to make a distinction between social location, geographic location, and epistemic location. That you could have Africans who have never been outside the continent, but in terms of their epistemology, in terms of the way they look at life, they may not be located where they are. And it is also for that reason that the universities in Africa have never been defended by ordinary people, because people could never see their relevance, because they seem to be more concerned about issues that have little to do with their surroundings. So this is one of those moments that Nelson Mandela talked about when he says, when he talked about the long road to freedom and the long walk to freedom. And as I said, from time to time, we would understand what he was saying politically when he said, I have walked that long road to freedom. I have tried not to falter. I have made missteps along the way. But I discovered that after climbing a hill, a great hill, one discovers that there are many more hills to climb. So our struggle today is a different type of hill. It's a hill that requires a different approaches. It requires a different skills. As Marshall Goldsmith put it, that what got us here won't take us there. Effectively means that all the skills and the tools that we've used to get where we are today will not be adequate to take us to the next level. We need to have new skills, new tools, new concepts. And hence these discussions, all the presentation that was made by Professor Moyo in almost summarizing, paraphrasing what we are about, that what we are engaged in is a form of entanglement that has a, well, he was able to point about three, but as he indicated, there are many entanglements that we have to deal with. But for now, what we're dealing with is a coloniality of knowledge. It's a coloniality of power and a coloniality of being. And all these are mutually reinforcing. They are all connected. So our discussions are meant to say, let us clarify the hill that we have to climb before we can say our job is done. That is the first point. The second point that we try to put across is the notion that Karl Marx spoke about when he spoke about ideas, that the ruling ideas in every epoch are the ideas of the ruling class. And he was very specific in what that means when he pointed out that the class that controls the means of production, the class that controls the means of material production, controls also the means of intellectual production. And in a sense, there was a statement that has been made that until you also disrupt the material production, and in this case, we are dealing with those who have the means through systems, through publication platforms, that if you don't have a vehicle to carry your ideas, you'll always want to be accommodated. And for too long, Africans have engaged in a scholarship where they seek to be accommodated. And they are accommodated in spaces that whose posture is inimical to their interest. And this is why Malcolm X was saying that to sit in somebody's bus, whether you sit at the back, whether you sit in front, whether you sit in the middle, does not dignify you until such time you have your own bus. And Audre also put it the same way to say it's very important to understand that the master's tools will never destroy the master's house. And what we've tended to do, we have actually expected something else. We have engaged as if these institutions that we've chose to be part of, to assimilate into, are going to be sufficient or adequate, or they can be oriented to start serving a different agenda. And as we have seen, the entrapment continues. So with that, I thought we will need to be able to somehow make sure that that is very important, that we're not simply engaged in simply the talk shop. We're talking about the issues of liberation. And until we can control the master narrative, and I indicate that the importance of the master narrative is that it shapes how you see things. It is in the master narrative is the one that guides thoughts, that guides beliefs, that guides behavior, and that also informs our values. That how you interpret reality will be informed by what the software that is in your brain. So I thought it would be important that those critical issues at the high level that would guide today's session and also try to come up with a summary. But I've also thought it would be important for me to enlist some of the high level presentations by Professor Sabelo Ndlovu-Gajeni, who was at this university and gave a presentation. And given that some colleagues never had the benefit of listening to him, I thought it would be good to start with him before I move from the high level to start giving an indication of how his ideas find material expression in our daily practices.
What do we mean by decolonizing? decolonizing. Of course, it has what do we mean by decolonizing? I think at the moment we must now be able to put on the table some few reflections on what we mean by decolonizing. Of course, it means various things to various people depending on their geopolitical settings, their social location, their epistemic location. But there are things which also restoration of lost ontological identities. And then secondly, it also tells us that the colonial process, the imperialist process, the capitalist process also operated through technology of dismemberment. Dismember, I think Book Wathiongo talks about two to demonstrate dismemberment. He says, there was a dismemberment, a physical dismemberment of leaving other people in Africa and taking others across the Atlantic. That's a dismemberment. And then he talks secondly about an internal dismemberment which took place within the continent, in which at the Berlin Conference, they drew all these diagrams, you here, somebody here, there, and they give you new identities. He says that's a second process of dismemberment. But he also talks about a third dismemberment, which says there is even physical dismemberment. And nowadays, it comes within the context of discourses on restitution, within which physically they captured those who were resisting, cut their head, dismember the body, carry the head.
Colleagues, there are two things that one must raise here. One of the things that I've always thought we must always get our house in order. One is making sure that technically we're okay. And the second one is the challenge that we have that is beyond our own control. But there is something that is also very true about us, the notion of time. I don't know what is it that we need to drink or eat or appreciate that time matters. And there's nothing that, the former president Nelson Mandela used to actually left some heads of state and walked away because they were late. Because he understood that anybody who does not respect time does not respect himself. And also it goes to the disrespect of many other people who are there on time. So I do want to make sure to say that with this one thing we must address as Africans. When Makgoba came back from the UK, we because of the coverage that he received as one of the top immunologists in the world. Those of us in the scientific environment decided in Gauteng that we're going to welcome him after he had been away for almost more than 15 years from home. And we organized an event in the evening, and he came. 30 minutes, he was seated waiting, and the hall was empty. When he said just 15 minutes later, before the thing started, the hall was still empty, and I could see he was restless. When it said 7 o'clock on the dot, we had not started, people were moving in. And he walked away and he said to us, he'll come when we're organized. And some of us stood there and we thought he was very arrogant. But what he was saying is that if you don't respect time, you don't respect yourself. So I do want to stress that all the time. I do find that sometimes when we even have guest speakers from outside, the guest speaker will be standing all by himself or herself. And the academics will start coming in at the moment when the lecture is supposed to start. I don't know, Professor Moyo, who gave us that disease. But for some reason, it appears almost becoming incurable. But it's something that we need to find a way of addressing. Now, going back to our discussion of day 3, we dealt with the history of the decolonization of knowledge a little bit. On the first day, we talked about the contemporary politics of knowledge, and we gave it the South African flair because it is also one that has been very easy and explicit. And as we dealt with the issue of contemporary politics of knowledge, we had to deal with a number of questions. But before then, we also dealt with how knowledge is colonized. And in doing that, the certain perennial questions that had been asked by other people remained. And these remained some of the questions that are tormenting. That who am I? Who are we? What are we in this world? And yesterday, one of our colleagues indicated that we need to break down what colonialism is if we're going to understand those questions. That what it did was to categorize human beings. Some were given the status of being human, and some were characterized as subhuman. And this was also almost global. If one were to look at the US Constitution, where Africans and Black people were described not as fully citizens, but they're 3/5 of human beings. So the issue of how African people or people of African descent were looked at is an issue that we must address. And in a way, people like W. Du Bois were also concerned about those questions. If you read the book, The Souls of Black Folks, he says something about the double consciousness, what other people call schizophrenia. But what it does is about the location of Black people in the world of ideas, in the global cognitive empires. And in his submission, he says whenever he was with his colleagues or white people, there's always that question, that unasked question. And it is unasked because those who want to ask it, they do not know how to be polite or how to ask it without being seen as rude. And it is about how does it feel to be a problem? That the whole notion of white man's burden as having to solve a problem. So Africans have always been considered to be part of the problem. Even when we talk about development, we have other people who are going to decide how that development must occur. So you see the coloniality of power, coloniality of knowledge, and the coloniality of being playing itself in how Africans are looked at. So these are part of what you call African struggles for epistemic freedom and other freedoms. The important questions is, even when people like Ian Smith talk about the notion of saying we should be grateful that we're colonized, it is part of other people taking it upon themselves that we are their problem. But the challenge is not so much about what they think of us, is what the question that MSS asked, that who are we and how do we look at ourselves? But when you do that, you take away the agency away from those who define you. You actually put it to yourself. So today's focus will be more about what are the lessons that have emerged. And more to say, we dealt with how did we get here where we are today and where do we want to be? And I think the strategic plan of the university is very clear. And the challenge, Professor Moyo, is how do you assist us in making sure that we get there? And Professor Kacheni talked about the whole notion of the eco-politics, but the more to talk about the notion of the geography of knowledge, the biography of knowledge. And I said when we talk about, when we start writing, we are changing both the geography and the identity of knowledge, or the biology of knowledge, that we are actually taking ownership to saying we are going to be shaping our own, as the Pomali says, none but ourselves can free our mind. But I thought the intervention by Professor Dr. Mzeleni was also profound, to say some of these things we need to break them down, and to break them down in terms of what happens in the classroom. And Professor Brown's intervention is also very critical, because he says when you deal with the issue of coloniality, there are 4 levels in which you must engage them at. One is at the level of a systemic, where you have the ecosystem that works against you. I mean, you must understand that the ecosystem, the institutional locations and the perspectives, the structures and regulations are all mutually reinforcing. They support the system. And we need to have interventions at the different levels. At the systemic level, what does it mean at the level of engaging with the department? At the level of engaging with government? What does it mean in terms of engaging at the level of publishing houses, regulatory bodies like the CAG, SAPA, that there will be those interventions. There'll be interventions also at the level of the institution itself, institution-wide, and which is what we are doing at what the UNIZOL is actually doing with its strategic plan. But then we also said at the faculty level, what does it mean? And then you cascade that into the lecture room. And I thought the works of people like Lisa Delpit, who wrote a seminar article called The Silence Dialogue. Actually, it's a silence dialogue. She talks about how power is enacted, the coloniality of power in the classroom. And in that, she looks at, you can actually Google it, it's a PDF available on the internet. How power plays itself in the classroom, especially in spaces where other people's children are being educated. And it talks about the language of power. One of the things that African Americans had to deal with is which language they should actually use whether they should use their own Ebonics, the language that they use on every day with their kids, or whether they should use what is called standards. And the debate was really that ultimately education is also about accessing power. And to access that power, you must access the language of power. And this is also why in this country, despite the fact that we have Black people, the language of power is not the language of African people. And that's why we spend most of our time trying to learn these languages, because what we're trying to do is to access that power. And also, what we also know is that languages develop faster when they are spoken by powerful people. They develop faster than what academics do. If when Mandela was a president, started speaking in Xhosa, you would have found how many people would have learned Xhosa quickly. If you go to places like actually in this province, when Mangosuthu used to address people in Zulu, a number of white people wanted to access what you are saying, and they made it their business to understand Zulu. And some of them can speak Zulu than some of us. If you go to Botswana, you go to Lesotho, people try to access. You find, I know people in places like Lady Branch who are white, but because Sotho was spoken in that area, they learn to speak Sotho better than I can speak Sotho, because part of it is accessing that language of power. So when powerful people begin to be decolonized and start appreciating their own languages, you'll see how quickly other people learn those languages. Like the example that I gave of a friend of mine who was going to France, how quickly he had to learn the French, because he knew that when he goes there, the French are not there to serve him. He must make himself understood. But in this country, it is something else. Then the second one is an article that also is obtainable, is by Donald Macedo, who was a professor, a Freudian professor at the University of Massachusetts. His article called Literacy for Stupidification also talks about the role of the mindset. What Macedo did, and I sort of would paraphrase what the article is all about. What Macedo decided to do is to give a lecture, and in a lecture, he had a clip that was almost like 2 minutes that interrupted his presentation. In the clip, it shows a Black person going into a store, and then there's a scuffle between a Black person and a white person, and the clip closes. It was just a short clip. Then he continues with his lecture. And after that, he asked the students that, by the way, who caused the scuffle? All the white students said it was a Black man. But the Black students were clear that it was not a Black man. And when he replayed it, they were shocked to see that it was actually a white man who caused the scuffle. Because again, as he says, the mind is wired not to see that. Any scuffle that involves a Black person, it means that Black person is already guilty. And it was that which made him to explain that incident where he was saying that the fact that Rodney King could be beaten so many times, and then you have a white jury and says those white policemen are not guilty. If you also remember the issue of George Floyd, the people were concerned whether the police would be found guilty. And there were many people who felt that George Floyd was guilty. I mean, you have a man with a nick on his head, on his neck, but you still have white people who says no. And there was a concern, hence there was this outrage at the global level that said Black Lives Matter. Because the fear was that, again, what had happened with Rodney King would be repeated. And if you also look at the sentencing, it was just minor. But imagine if there was a black person who had done that. That black person would have met his maker already. So these are some of the things where these forms of mental oppressions have become so normal that it is actually scary. I gave you an example of agri-cluster, and this is as I say, all these are true stories. That when he went into a dumping site, and he was with his white colleagues who Bigo will call do-gooders. That is white people who mean very well, and they wanted to see the township. And then they come across a dumping site where every garbage is actually thrown. And in the dumping site, there were little black kids with their mother scavenging. And not far from them, there were these horses that were emaciated, doing exactly the same. The reaction of his colleagues, white colleagues, was to talk about how these horses are ill-treated. They could not see. Again, that's an example of how the mindset frames it in such a way that the injustices that are happening, but these are physical injustices. They are also mental, epistemic injustice that occur on a daily basis. And we at universities we've been trained and socialized not to see them. The issue of linguicide. The irony is that it was before 1994, African languages were flourishing at universities. You found students who were studying African languages. Post-1994, they started dying. They died in the hands of African people. But you should actually tell yourself what is happening in the heads of those African people. The issue of access to justice. For us to think that justice can only be transacted in a language that is not your own is to insult your own God. That when you were conceived, when you were an idea, it was a mistake. That even a simple thing as like justice, you go to court, it has to be translated in a language that you don't understand. And what people do, many of our people find themselves guilty. And they are shocked when they are told they're guilty because they say, but I thought I told the truth. But through what you call miscommunication. The same applies to the medical practice. It's only recently that medical schools have required that the students who are studying medicine should at least study an African language. And it's a simple thing because it is really about doing justice to the practice. Because the way the medical system works, it's a very simple one. There's for you to remember, Professor Akpume, is something called SOAP. That it is the doctor engages in first a subjective assessment, then does the objective assessment, then analysis, then comes up with the prognosis. So the important part of the first part where the doctor will start asking you questions is to try to elicit a sense of what caused the disease, when did it become apparent to you, what are the symptoms, and that requires communication. Now, if you're having a doctor who does not even understand that, already that part which should enable him or her to solve your problem is gone. So that's why every time you go to a doctor, the doctor will ask you those questions, because the symptoms that you see can be caused by many other things. And what the narration does, the subjective aspect, is to assist the doctor to ultimately get the proper diagnosis. So the decision by medical schools in this country to simply say, make sure that you are you are able to understand your patient is part of simply righting the wrongs. So you can imagine how many of our people may have died because of their inability to tell the doctor what they're suffering from. And what Fanon was also saying is that because of that inability, when the patients went to talk to him or to other doctors, they said, "What's your problem?" Because they could not explain. He says, "No, I've got pain all over." And how do you, as a doctor, start dealing with the pain all over? But part of it is it has been a language issue. So you could actually see how this had become so normal. And this is what has been perpetrated by our universities. So our universities have been engaged in injustice to our people. So that notion that the people who are in the students at the KZN or VET should learn an African language is part of correcting the injustice that has occurred. The same applies to the research questions. In my previous life, what I used to do was to look at them, because I belong to the executive of an association of mathematics and science research. I'll look at the questions that are being engaged at the conference. And I think maybe you should get the book by Jonathan Johnson. Actually, it was his doctoral work, Power and Knowledge in South Africa. It's a very interesting book, because what he was looking at, and many others, is what are the type of questions that our students are asking at the doctoral and master's level. And in one instance, when I looked at all those questions, I found that those questions are really what you may call the type of questions that a white supervisor would like to ask. But black students will do and get their degrees. But you know what happens to most of them when they get their PhDs and the masters? That's the end of the story. Because the questions that they were asking have nothing to do with them. The questions were what you call white questions. And even when I looked at them, I could tell that this is not a question that a professor who is African will be asking or will be interested in. So the nature of our scholarship itself, actually, I do have an article that I published many years ago, which looks at the racial dimension of our research. And among other things, that this is an issue that I deal with. So the part of dealing with coloniality of knowledge is also to be asking, what type of knowledge are we producing, and for whose interest? And also, what type of knowledge are we actually producing through those questions? And as I indicated yesterday, that when you look at the work of Otonji, who actually died about 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, he talked about the extroverted nature of our scholarship. And of course, I did talk about Freire, that we need to engage in that other aspect of making sure that education serves a particular purpose, and that purpose has to do with liberation, emancipation, because of the history of subjugation. Now, to continue to break it down, one of the things that Peggy McIntosh talked about, and you can also get this on the internet, I've tried to paraphrase what work is all about, is the invisible knapsack of white privilege. And I see Dr. Mzileni is one of the latecomers, but he had raised the issue yesterday that it becomes very important for us to name these things for what they are. And he says, he says one of the biggest problems with Africans is that even when they have to say something that they know, they actually have a problem with it. What Peggy McIntosh, who happens to be white, she was dealing with the issue of gender, and she found that being a white woman in the United States, there were certain disadvantages that she was suffering as a white woman But then she tried to say, can I think about some of the privileges that I have as a white woman? Because she was concerned about male privilege. And then she said, let me actually sit and think about it. What are the things that I enjoy as a white person? And in the first one, I mean, this is she lists about the 36, she found about 36 things that daily that makes her to enjoy life as a white person. She says, first, if I go to a place, I look for a place. She says, I can be pretty sure that my neighbors in such a location will be neutral or pleasant to me. So if I go and find a place, I can rest assured that whether they're black or white, they're going to be polite. And she noticed that black people are not guaranteed of that. And you know, if you are a black person, you go to a white area, the first thing is you sleep spa. You sleep with one eye open because you're not sure whether your neighbors are going to come. But he says, as a white person, I can be sure that I can go to any place and my neighbors will be polite to me. He says, she next says, I can go shopping alone most of the time, well assured that I will not be followed or harassed. You should see what the experience of African Americans is when they go to a shop. The first thing, even people like me, they'll be checking whether I've seen the prices. Because the assumption is that I may not be able to afford. But she says she can go there even with slippers. But nobody will ask her. She'll not be harassed. And with black people, when they go to the shops, she has seen it. She says, what they are going through, I don't have to experience. But this is what is normal. That's now breaking it down, what it means, to be. Says that one of the things with my experience in the US is what she talked about. He says, I can turn on the television or open the front page of the paper and see people of my race widely represented. And when you live in the US, the offending and assaulting image all the time, every time you see black, you see a black running away from the police, or you see a black person being in prison, I mean, the African Americans occupy, the only place that they occupy in large numbers is prison. That's why we talk about the so-called prison industrial complex. I mean, I've got friends who are African American who are always concerned about whether their kids will not fall into the penal system. And they know if you go in there, you're not going to come back. And I'll say maybe you should read the book by George Jackson, the Soledad Brothers, who went in there having stolen something like a candy and end up coming, out there dead. And that is the experience. Or read Nathan McCall, Make Me Wanna Holler. Read Malcolm X. How by the age of 25, almost a quarter of them will have gone to prison if they are alive. That it's very difficult to be a black male in America. And what Peggy says, when I look at television, I can be sure that my people are well represented. And he says, when I'm told about our national heritage or about civilization, I'm shown that my people, the people of my color, made it what it is. So these are the assaulting messages. But you are saying, this is an exercise that I do for myself to say, what are the privileges that I enjoy as a white person, a white person in America? And it might be a very useful exercise for our colleagues and the counterparts in South Africa to ask themselves to do the same exercise. That what are the privileges that I enjoy? And what are the disadvantages that I enjoy? Or I enjoy every day. I says if I'm I'm in a challenging situation. I can do well in a challenging without being called a credit to my race. You know, you do so well at university or anywhere, and they say, "Oh, Ratawo, if only other black people were like you." You know, we hear this all the time. Oh man, if we had more Mandelas, you know, he's so different. And they just created a situation where black people will say, you know, they like that I'm the only one around here, you know. And the black woman says, I'm the only one around here. And what they do, then they push the ladder. Once they get there, they make sure that nobody gets in, you know. And it says, I can pretty be sure in the US that when I talk about the person in charge, that the person that I'll find will look like me. And the one that we know is I can take a job with an affirmative action employer without having co-workers and job suspect on the job suspect that I got it because of my race. You know, there are times of some of us, we get appointed into positions. Even when you are qualified, superior qualified than your white colleagues, but they start thinking that you got it because you are black. That all these other things, your qualifications, experience means nothing. And these are things that some of us have heard all the time. So these are the realities that Dr. Mzeleni was talking about, that when you teach, make sure that these injustices that our students face are made visible. And when you make them visible and you name them, you also empower them with the language of resistance. You give them the grammar of change. But it is when we don't name these things. So effectively, we are now going to say, what are the responsibilities of universities when it comes to the decolonial project? And that responsibility is to make these injustices visible. Beyond talking in abstract terms, it is about let's deal with these things in the most simple way. Then when it comes to the academy, one of the things that we spoke about is how the scientific and technological activity in our universities in Africa is extroverted or externally oriented, that we tend to be concerned about answering questions that have little to do with our people. Hence the alienation that our people experience, because there is no relationship between the investment that takes place. This is why, I mean, if you go to, I can tell you that if you were to have disruptions at the places like Harvard University, you'll not even be able to even think it, because the communities there will be the first to protect the institution because they can relate to what it does. But when our scholarship is extroverted, effectively we're not assisting in addressing the issues. So and also the notion of cognitive empire, we need to understand that the lack of development in Africa also has to do with the fact that there's been a subordination or subversion of our own knowledge system into what people call the wealth system of knowledge. And that is what has led to continued state of underdevelopment. And what they were told you was saying there is that the whole notion of backwardness must be seen in the same way that we see this lack of development in Africa as the subordination of African subsistence economies to the system of world economy or the capitalist world, where our work, our way of living is actually suppressed. And there's no reason why we should think differently, because Africans have always been able to survive. And this is why some people talk about the colonialism as simply an episode in Africa's life. And I think in my book, there's a chapter by Ramose, who actually deals with that aspect of various pyramids of knowledge that people have come up with, precisely because human beings are always engaged in activities of acquiring knowledge that is life-affirming, that we had existed for thousands of years, precisely because we were able to build systems of knowledges that made Africans to survive. So the struggle that we're dealing with must be the struggle against social, cultural, and economic domination, which is linked to colonialism. Therefore, decolonization will mean that of knowledge is really being part of that struggle, and that is the point that we're making. And with time, and there are materials that that I've shared with people like Professor Moyo, which should be shared. We need to create a register of archives of material that needs to be read, because when you look at that, you'll discover that there've been various interventions that I call them heightened moments of political and ideological consciousness, where Africans were able to say, this is our response to this continued social cultural domination. I'll give you an example. I mean, and it's also the way we need to be very humble about what we're engaged in. What we're engaged in is not something new. We may be asking new questions, but all the challenges are the same. It is almost like having the same dynamic, but having different actors at one time. Let me try to, again, break it down to using the example of the political struggle in this country. In 1912, when the ANC was formed, it was a moment of heightened political consciousness. The consciousness that was building on the anti-colonial struggle that Mandela referred to. So they did not start that. They were people like Moshoeshoe and all who were engaged. And even before, there were those moments of heightened political consciousness by African people. But in 1912, when the ANC was formed, it reflected also another moment when Africans said, no, we need to deal with this issue of domination. And the approach that they adopted was the approach of writing letters, engage in visiting so that they could be understood that they are also human. It was they spent more time pleading. This is why Albert Luthuli, when the Mandelas tried to challenge the ANC, was able to respond to say, who of you can deny that 30 years of my life have been spent knocking at the door of white men? And what has been the fruit of this effort? And he said that because what the Mandelas was actually saying, that your approach of deputations, writing letters, asking, pleading is not working. It took the likes of Walter Sisulu, and there's another moment of heightened political consciousness when they came up with a program of action in 1949 to say, our people are not going to be liberated by having representation only by the elites, but they are going to be liberated only if there is mass mobilization. And that mass mobilization occurred, but it was also met by the brutal might of apartheid. And then another moment came of heightened political consciousness when they decided that no, we have reached a stage where we either have to fight or submit, and hence the formation of the Umkhonto Sizwe. Part of it was that another moment of heightened political consciousness to say this is not going to work. And of course, that was also met with repression until you had the 70s, when the Bikos came into the scene and they elevated the struggle to a different level. Neville Alexander says, whereas the language of the Mandelas was a language of talking about the legitimacy of the government of the day, what the Bikos did and the Sobukos was to go beyond that, to question, not only to talk about the legitimacy, but to talk about the legality, whether we have in us, whether we should actually be pursuing this idea. This is why when you read the Biko tries to underplay that it makes no sense for us to talk about the brutality of the system. Is that the very fact that you can have people who have traveled from Europe and come and declare themselves to be your perpetual masters is the first thing that once you accept that, then you can accept anything that they do in the name of sustaining their interests. So that was a different also moment of heightened political consciousness that redefined the struggle. And in 1985, then in 1976 also was another moment when the young people took to the streets. And one of the things that they discovered is that the regime was unleashing a sense of fear. And it became necessary for them to find a way of defeating this fear of dying, fear of being in prison. And that is what became a turning point. Because once people are no longer afraid to die, then you should know that that is a turning point. And that was a moment of heightened political consciousness. And another moment came in 1985, when there was a declaration that apartheid must be made not to be workable and South Africa ungovernable. And that was also a decision. But you see the different waves. And in the same way that you see these waves of a moment of heightened political consciousness, we must also accept, we must have the humility to understand that our struggle today is not a new struggle. And what it means is that we must go back to the previous struggles and ask ourselves what defined those moments. What were the questions that were asked at that time? And of course, the issue that I'll come back to that, but it's important that one talks about this notion of epistemicide that I think people like Ngugi talked about, and in the moving the center, the denial of the existence of African civilization, the denial of the African intellectual contribution to humanity, and the notion of also removing the language as a language of discourse, and what's his name, Bewachi describes it even in more stronger terms. And Kwesi Price says people must not look at colonialism as if it was a benign act. It was in its exercise, it was violent, and it sought to undermine, and it was directed at people's intellectual, cultural heritage. In the same way that there was a displacement of people, that this was almost an attempt to subvert their mental universes. So all these things are stuff that you can look at. But the long and short of it is that when you talk about the decolonization, it's very important to understand the nature of and the character and the content of what we call epistemicide. When people like we talk about moving the center, that's what they're dealing with. The point that I'm also interested in raising is it goes back to the issue of because I'm being threatened by Professor Akpome, that when I talked about the various moments of heightened consciousness, we had the moments which were defined by what some people call the ideologies. We had a negritude. We had the Gaianism, when the Gavi talked about understanding the location of Black people wherever they are. His conception was our response must be planetary to the Black subjugation. Then we had people like Nkrumah who came up with the neo-colonialism. But even then, we must also understand Nkrumah's posture after having been a disciple of Garvey. That when Garvey talked about the global response, Nkrumah came up with the idea of Africa must unite. And some of the scholars, including people like Opoku Ajiman, who addressed us in 2 years ago, 3 years ago, was saying what Nkrumah did was to bastardize the Garveyism. Because Marcus Garvey's intention was a global and planetary response. But the Nkrumah introduced what we call continentalism, where the focus now was on Africa as opposed to global. And when you talk about us becoming a node for African thought, our posture is more closer to Marcus Garvey than it is to Nkrumah, to say the challenge faced by people of African descent, wherever they are, requires a planetary response. Hence, we talk about the global Africana. And in a sense, you find the aspect of that in Pan-Africanism. And of course, through the engagement of our people in anti-colonial struggles, you also found that there were elements of African nationalism. And with the people like Nyerere, they talk about African socialism. And we also have Thabo Mbeki bringing the idea of African Renaissance. But these are all moments. And all these moments are attempts by our people to deal with the whole idea of how do we reverse colonialism and its discontent? How do we remove colonialism from its effects that involve linguicide, that involves epistemicide, that involves cultural destruction? And we are in a space where, at least at the university level, we can name these things. And we must name these things. But naming them, what it does, it leads to Dr. Mzeleni. It says, what are the task of African scholars? That it may well be right that we name them. But each one is beginning to suggest a new site of struggle. That we need to read these things and then ask, what does it mean for me in the classroom? And at the institutional level, it should be, what does it mean in terms of allocation of resources? You know, in my previous life, when I was a campus director, I had the vice chancellor who was always very clear that whenever we engage on issues, he'll always say, we must remind ourselves that we are in this business to advance the academic project. And all the resources must be geared towards the academic project. What it means is that if we were to choose to have to spend money on a party and to spend money on giving an academic resources to be able to do their work, the money will go towards the academic project. So when we say we're a node for African thought, what it means that we must also be asking ourselves that to what extent are we making sure that the allocation of the resources at the institutional level are going to address that project. So I thought it would be good to summarize it to where we are, to say now in terms of the key considerations for curriculum development is that the decolonized knowledge is the one that will be rooted in the struggles of our people. It will be a type of education that is responsive to our needs first, before we think of other people's needs. That task, Professor Moyo, also involves what he calls theory building. Because for too long, Africa has been a place of extraction of data. in the same way that our economy is simply based on extraction of our minerals, the minerals that gets processed outside and packaged, and then we buy that again at a higher price. And part of it is that in Africa, what we lack is what we have is what we call industrial vacuum. So that vacuum is the one that is part of subordinating Africa to being simply a place of extraction of its raw resources, raw material. Now, with the knowledge at the same time, we need to start building theories that will be able to help us to use all the data that we have. Instead of exporting it, we'll be using that data to advance our own people. So it is really about using decolonization as the lens through which we understand and knowledge to which we inform our practice. And of course, lastly, it will be important that we unpack and then lessons from each moment of heightened political and ideological and scholastic consciousness that I have actually referred to say what are the lessons and what does it mean in terms of our practice. That until we can intervene in the classroom level, then all this is actually a waste of time. And this is the contribution that I'll say Dr. Mzileni has actually brought it much more closer and sharper to say, what does it mean for me daily when I wake up? How am I going to intervene? Because it is at that level that most of the damage occurs. The notion of what the big mistake we made was to think that we can have people being vice chancellors, being deputy vice chancellors, being deans. If the appointment does not lead to the damage that happens to an African child, then we are betraying what should have been the task of all people who are committed to justice. And there will be no epistemic, or there'll be no social justice without epistemic justice. And this is the challenge that we face. Prof, you've seen this that I should stop. Okay.
Carry on. I said carry on.
Okay. Yeah, you see when you get time up for every 2 minutes. Now let me say one of the things that we need to do is to create structures of critical habits where we engage each other robustly. And one of the things that I indicated in the past is that Professor Moyo, I used to have colleagues in the US who will boast once they discover that I'm from South Africa. They'll talk about how they were students of Walter Rodney, how they will boast that they're from the Dar School. So what we're trying to do here is, when you say we're talking about a note for African thought, we want to, in a few years' time, for people to say, I did go to the University of Zululand. I was part of that note for African thought, where the note for African thought becomes a magnet for scholars who are Afrocentric to come to for Africa's development, whose commitment will be to understand that our engagement cannot just be simply because it's just a job. Our commitment is to say we honor those who have died and sacrificed their lives so that we can take the struggle to the next level. And otherwise, the political struggle means nothing until we can deal with this economy. The political struggle means nothing until we can deal with use of land. And it cannot be possible without creating that level of consciousness. So our place at universities must be informed by that struggle. And we should be able to say, when a student comes from the University of Zululand, he should be saying, I'm imbued by the spirit of liberation. I'm imbued by the spirit that understands that I'm here to make sure that the lot of my people is better. I'm here because I would like to make sure that in the future, being African does not mean being destitute. Because at the moment, the color of poverty is black. The color of hopelessness is black. The color of landlessness is black. And yet we run these institutions. We must make sure that when people look at our university, they see places of salvation. When scholars come here, they should not see these places as detention centers of black thought. They should be saying, this is our Ibadan. This is our Dar school. And this is the only way that we can make this university what it hopes to be. And when we do that, then our entry into the world will not be an entry that is informed by us talking about being junior. That if you don't believe in yourself, nobody should believe in you. And if you don't take yourself seriously, nobody should take you seriously. And this project is really about claiming our right to be and our right to be African, to walk like Africans, to speak like Africans, so that that would be the only contribution that we can make. And it boils down to, again, the idea formation. And to close with my beginning statement is to say, the ruling ideas in every epoch are the ideas of ruling class. At the moment, the ruling ideas are not our ideas. At the moment, we don't control the master narrative. Those who control the master narrative control the present, they control the past, and control the future. So that is the challenge that we are putting to ourselves, that understanding that this struggle is not going to be painless in the same way that colonialism was not painless. It was brutal.
Thank you very much, distinguished and very erudite presenter. That's a really, really wonderful, really, really competent delivery over the course of 3 days. As teachers and lecturers, we know how stressful it is to speak on issues that are very important to you, issues that are weighty of this nature, for 3 straight days, speaking at least 45 minutes, 1 hour per day. We know that I can only imagine how exhausted Prof. Siepe would be tonight. If he goes to bed, he might just wake up on Wednesday next week. So let's give him one more round of applause and appreciation. I want to tender an unreserved apology for showing up late this morning. I woke up late, not an excuse. I really apologize. And I want to apologize on behalf of all the other colleagues who also came a bit late. I hope our sins are forgiven. Prof, yes, which means it won't be mentioned the next time. Thank you. Here is the revised program. We would carry on. The idea was to have this presentation until 9:30. But now we are at 9:55. And to have short question and answers until 10, we can still do that. I'm going to make a proposal to that effect. Then we'll have the round tables. We are collapsing the 2 round tables. You're having just 1 round table. Proposal is we start it at 10. That will involve the Dean, Professor Shokani, Professor Moyo, Professor Brown, who is not, yeah, he's here. And no, I was okay. We have Dr. Nzuleni and Professor Akpome. The four of us would come together in that closing roundtable. This is the proposal. Dr. Pele, you will please take over the chairing. The proposal is we would very strict with time for the roundtable and for all interventions today. And the idea is this. This is the third day. We've been thinking, we've been talking. I think it's crucial that we are concise in our interventions. It's crucial, it's very crucial that we don't just go on talking. We must take time, and I'm suggesting we take another 5 minutes as a break before the roundtable comes to get the presenters to try to be as concise as possible, and let us try to be disciplined. Mr. Ratao will time us and give each of the lead presentations 5 minutes, strict 5 minutes. See, I can say it like this because the dean is not in the room. You see, strict 5 minutes. And then the interventions from the floor, I would say a strict 2 minutes per intervention. We do have time. It will be at the discretion of the facilitator of that session. Okay, no, after the roundtables, there might, if there is space, be interventions. The roundtable panelists can take more time, so up till 11, but that session should end at 11. And then we'll go for a 15-minute tea break. If we encroach, we'll encroach into tea time. If for any reason we encroach, we take longer to go into tea time. But let's try and end that at 11, do our tea break for 15 minutes from 11 till 11:15, and then have the group discussion from 11:15 until 12:30. That's an hour and a half. Again, we'll try to be strict, each intervention on the floor, even from panelists responding, should not be more than 2 minutes. Better to have repeated rounds where people follow up than to have one intervention that goes on and then bears the risk of getting people out of focus. Then the scribe of the workshops, Mr. Ratau, has been required to provide a summary, a 15-minute summary, a summary that's a maximum of 15 minutes at 12:30. So he will come up at the end of the group discussions. And then Prof. Siepe will come back at 12:45 to give the rounding off. After that, the dean will come at 1 o'clock for the closing remarks. And hopefully by 1:10, we are scheduled by 1:10 to go for lunch and to close for the day. That would mean it's 2 minutes before 10. Because this has just been announced, I was meant to make this before the program begins. I want to propose another 5 minutes. So 10:05 for the roundtables to begin. They can carry on till 11 or 11:05 at the discretion of Dr. Pele. But these 7 minutes or 6 minutes, we can take one question and one response. But that question has to be asked in a maximum of 2 minutes, and the response has to come back in a maximum of another 2 minutes, so that at 10:05 precisely, the panelists will come up with their interventions. So again, I'll give preference to somebody who has not spoken throughout who has been here for these 3 days, or at least 2 of these 3 days, and has not spoken. HOD Criminology, do you want to take it? Comment or question in 2 minutes. Yeah, but you were here on Wednesday. I know you were here on Wednesday. Okay, who wants to go? One question or one comment? Then I leave you and hand over to Dr. Metso. Question or comment? Huh? Please do. Now. Yeah. One question or comment in 2 minutes. The floor is yours. Metso has accepted the call. Are you coming? Okay, then you give it up till later. So, Prof. Rautenbach. 2 minutes. Sarata, we are timing. Dr. Kele, you are in control.
Right, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity. This is very, very bright over here. Sometimes I feel like the token white. I get taken photos of every single day, stuck on the Facebook page because there's John, he's white, he's here, this is the thing. It's horrible being in that position. I do an exercise with my team. We take one truth and three truths and a lie. And so I was arrested in China. I put a baby in prison. I had a Zulu girlfriend. My evidence in the High Court resulted in the release of a murderer. And I was in a cult. One of those is a lie. The rest are all true. Every single one of them's got a pretty radical story, and you'd have to buy me some beers to find out how I put a baby in prison, how I was arrested in China, how my evidence in a High Court resulted in a murderer being released, and how I spent many years of my life in a very confusing cult. So the lie is I've never had a Zulu girlfriend. And as much as those others seem unbelievable, I find Zulu women incredibly beautiful. And I just haven't had the opportunity to have a Zulu girlfriend. So here's a thought experiment. When I came from Germany, I found a home in South Africa that changed my life. I knew I wanted to be here. And I set a course to be able to study at South African universities. And I wanted to be part of a change project. Now that is a lie. When I tell you that I came from Germany, you think, oh, there's a guy who wasn't part of the historical family of oppressors, whose family didn't arrive in 1752, 263 years ago. And I have horrible, horrible ancestors who were part of the problem. But as soon as I introduce myself as I came from Germany because my surname is Rautenbach, you think, oh, here's a European who's come to be part of the change, right? And so I trapped you in a thought experiment there because your own prejudice would have been more favorable to a German coming now, not to somebody whose ancestors were part of the oppressors. And so it really has to do with perspective and opinion on how you judge me as a white man in Zululand. A man who drives from campus and has his car surrounded by Zulu people shouting, banging on my door, rocking my car, and making me fear for my life. Not because I'm an academic, purely because I'm a white man in Zululand running a social work program with passion, right? So do I go to bed feeling safe? No, I don't. I live in a very violent, hostile place because of the color of my skin. So I provoke you. I'm for you, I'm for this project, but I'm sick of having my photo taken and put it on Facebook being the token white. It's not pleasant. So that's my time up. I have no other point then to say that this is important work. And I hope I challenged you a little bit to think about your own prejudice because you've challenged me to think about mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. J, for that physical clip. We're now, the time is now 10:05. While we indulge in what you have just articulated, may I ask the roundtable folks to come up? Professor Shobane, our Dean. Dr. Mzileni, may you please come up? Prof. Moyo, Professor Brown, where's Professor Brown? Oh, okay. Oh, Dr. Mzeleni, Prof. Moyo. We have 20 seconds.
It's up to you.
It's up to
You
me.
did it the best.
Yeah. Please don't phone.
I was going to the hotel.
That was going to be an IOD.
Internet work.
Listen, that's it, Prof.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't want to move on.
Yeah, and please,
I can sit here.
yeah.
You don't want me to phone?
Yeah.
You would rather phone?
Can I sit there?
Yeah,
But
I'm
this
afraid
is the
of-
same, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, yeah, please, yeah, at least you're still
Yeah,
young.
you can phone.
Zileni.
No, yeah.
You can phone.
You can phone. So the time is 10:06. I'm going to restart timer.
This time.
Are you timing for me? Oh, thank you so much. Each 5 minutes, all right. Thank you, yeah. Thank you, colleagues and colleagues online. Welcome once again. Thank you, Professor Siepe, for the presentation. It's we welcome a presentation, well articulated. And I thought that probably we would also, probably later on, we had key discussions, you know, and I was very much interested in one, or I think that was about 3, but we'll see if we have time later on. I really would like you to also, you know, I want to pose some questions and then we'll take it from there. Okay. We have our roundtable. I'm not, Prof. Moya, are you able to start today? No?
Anyone can start.
Anyone? Prof. Shokane? Maiklin?
You want me to start?
Start, please. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Sanbonani, Dumelani, Tobela, Molo. More. Professor Siepe, the discussion that we're having is very important, and especially for our strategy as the University of Zululand, also for the academic project. I think today you have touched base actually and further provoked our mind on how we should carry this academic project forward. And colleagues, it's a fact. We can't talk about decolonization without colonialism. That's a fact. And we already alluded that the history, you cannot change it. History has happened. Injustices has happened. Apartheid has happened. But as us, ourselves as academics now in 2024, what are we doing with the situation? As academics now being part of the node of African thought, being part of the vision, I think it's 2027, what are we going to do about all what has happened? What have we learned? What is it that we're going to relearn? What is it that we're going to make sure that it doesn't repeat itself? Prof. Moyo, you were referring to an insurgent curriculum. The question is that the curriculum that we actually teaching when we go to class, does it speak to the realities of today? And as part of our strategy as the African Thought, especially for academic research, for our theories and all those perspectives, we are saying we have to foreground Africa, African knowledges, histories, experiences, perspectives. Dr. Mzileni, we do acknowledge the experiences that you have, whether it's through post-coloniality and all those things. As the African Thought, we're saying we do acknowledge them. But having an experience, what does it mean as an academic? What do you do with that experience? How do you unsilence the silenced voices? What type of education are you going to give to your students? Because if you check with curriculum, it remains Eurocentric in almost all the disciplines. When we come here and we say, yes, the curriculum that we're teaching comes from Britain, comes from the US, but now we are given an opportunity to change that. Who are you expecting, Dr. Mzileni, to change the curriculum in sociology? Because at the time when they were writing those books, for that audience, maybe it was relevant, we were not there. But the opportunity that we're being given is that what we see, it's not right. We have to challenge. We have to challenge the hegemony of ideas and of the masses out there. We have to, I wanted to also to give an example, Prof. Rautenbach. He knows what we are doing in social work. I cannot speak for the other professions, Prof. Siepe. And I think as colleagues, that's one thing where we need to draw a line and be clear as the employees of the university. Everyone was appointed here for a specific task. You are a leader in your discipline. If there's change, it's you who's supposed to bring it. In conferences, make your voice heard. Don't be afraid to say things. Don't be afraid to name things. Don't be afraid to shame things. Have that confidence. I think, Prof. Siepe, what we're actually taking from you is that as much as we're having the colonial perspectives, we have to have confidence. And we know with anything that is not what people like, there will be backlashes. That we won't run away from it. And this project is hard, colleagues.
Yeah.
So what we're saying, do it. In social work, Prof. Rautenbach, we have done it. I'll show you an example here. John Victor Rautenbach, he's the one sitting there. This is me. This book, it's for all the social work students in South Africa. We can't be sitting here and complaining that social work is Eurocentric, and while I'm here, I'm from a rural area. I know what our rural communities are facing. So who's supposed to change the curriculum? Who's supposed to dictate the curriculum for us? What we're saying, the Vice Chancellor has given us an opportunity, colleagues, in all your disciplines, in all your field, to be the change that you seek. I think to sum it up, colleagues, what it means for curriculum. And also even for our students, the research that they do. We don't want students who come to class, Prof. Moyo, who comes already saying, I'm a qualitative researcher. How do you become a qualitative researcher without even knowing the problem that you have? Because each problem has, it needs each intervention. So let's make sure that we teach our students proper African indigenous knowledge and perspectives.
Amen.
Okay, Dr. Talose, I must stop.
A round of applause for Prof. Shokane. Prof, I could see you getting carried away, and yes, I think it was good for you to start. why I'm saying that as the dean, in the faculty, and also to really give an explicit guide of what needs to happen, more especially when you speak of unlearn, learn, and relearn, and also to reshape our knowledge by writing. And you've shown us a book, So we reshape our knowledge by writing for us to re-exist. We have to re-exist together with our students, really, and really unsilence the silent voices. Thank you very much for that submission and input. I can feel your heart.
Yeah.
Prof. Moya,
Yes.
please come.
I
This
think,
place is so small. Lord.
I think this is a morning of inspiration. First from Prof. Siepe. I've interacted with him for quite some time, and always we speak to him, he has profound things to say. Even 1 minute, he has a word which is very profound. This morning, Prof, you were really very inspirational, and thank you very much for that. And Dean, you have a dean who is insurgent, who is activist, terrorist curriculum. Yeah, it's a subversive book. And it must be promoted.
Even on decolonizing research, Prof, we have done it, it's there.
You see, so why do we need to go very far? Prof. Siepe, I would ask in my humble way to say that I think future workshops must showcase there's a lot that is happening. Hearing from what the dean is saying, to showcase. You see, decolonizing. I mean, what are we talking about? Are we preaching? Yesterday I said we are preaching to the converted. Yeah, they are. Here's another one, problematizing. This is not my time yet. I'm so excited. Issues around aligning theory, research, practice, education. Look. But you see, the dean is, I can't say no to the dean. This one, ethics, ethnocentrism, social science research. You see? Not always.
Research violates indigenous communities.
You see? Oh.
And this is by them in the faculty, most of the colleagues in the faculty.
Prof said, here is the faculty which must lead this project. Anyway, I can start now. Can I? Anyway, I just wanted to say the issue of power, Prof. Siepe, to me is very important because yesterday I spoke of discursive power. Don't underestimate that because discourse is a system of representing reality. And the later you spoke of the software here, which frames ontology, which frames how you see reality, everything that you do. So the issue of power is quite central. In the interest of time, and then adding into that, the idea of power dynamics. You spoke of a doctor consulting, even with police. Functionaries in a position of pronouncing the outcome have a lot of power. And, even beyond language, the fact that you are called a doctor, who knows, who's supposed to know? You're supposed to know, even if I come to you and say, my whole body is painful. But in African diagnosis, we don't rush to prescription. We talk about a lot of things, you know. You talk about your relatives, you talk about your ancestors, you talk about all of those things. Why don't we bring that into the mainstream of medical consultation? That's the issue of power. Power dynamics. And then there is the issue of problem posing. That's what to say, Prof. said. The kind of questions that we should be asking now, because I believe we're at a certain level of decolonial consciousness, as you can see from this faculty. Now we must say, you see, problem posing is different from other types of, I don't like to say lower level questions. Problem posing questions are those that are trying to chart the path of consciousness. To say we have a problem here, you theorize on how it can be tackled. But along the way, you pose a problem, it becomes dialogical. This is what Paulo Freire was talking about, dialogical education. In our classes, we talk, we must not use what is called the banking concept, where we assume that students don't know. We just must empty the knowledge. We must be dialogical. In other words, we take the students' knowledge and we build a new knowledge out of it. And then lastly, because of time, because I know there are one or two people who are against me here. The notion of disciplinarity, I did touch on it. It's a colonial entrapment, right? When we are talking of problem posing, here is a problem. You should not only think about a problem in terms of your disciplinary situatedness. It must be, it's a social problem which must be tackled from inter, trans, or even post-disciplinarity, ecologies of knowledge. I'm sure you'll be producing a book about that. You have a book on it. So, what's that? Okay, I think I should end here. These are things that are close to my heart: power dynamics, narrative, and lastly, to congratulate and salute Prof. Siepe and the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moya, for that input. I already took the medical consultation to the curriculum, taking that to the curriculum, and I've just remembered that I think it was the first day breakaway sessions, the other group in the other room where Prof. Dr. Mafu was in. We spoke of the medical consultations to be placed on campus. You know, we even referred to Professor Kize, who has got an MOU, I think, or with the KZN. 2 buses, I'm told, from UKZN, full of students go to him to consult. Yes, you know, so I think that one is also a IKS, you know, oriented. Without wasting time, I also like the disciplinarity and the colonial entrapment that you keep on, you know, like hammering, you know, it's also, yeah, good. And I'm now gonna call Dr. Mzileni to the podium, and then we'll have Professor Ome. Okay. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yes. Thank you, HOD, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to Dean, members of the panel, everyone. Firstly, the struggle between theory and practice. It's a struggle that in Africa, we already have a heritage of overcoming it. It has never been our challenge. And I want to point Prof. Siepe and colleagues to the generation of the 1960s, the period of political decolonization. You have figures there such as Kwame Nkrumah, who said the liberation of Ghana will be meaningless unless the entire continent is free. You also have Julius Nyerere from that generation, who also wrote an essay titled Ujamaa, an economic, political, intellectual project for African socialism. We also have Amilcar Cabral from that generation, from Guinea-Bissau, who warned all of us that in the process of pursuing decolonial struggles, we then must not claim easy victories or mask difficulties or tell lies. Amilcar Cabral also said we must learn from books, learn from people, but also learn from people's experiences as well. Then, tracing a bit further in the 80s, we had Thomas Sankara, who said the revolution cannot triumph without the emancipation of women. You know? So, these are revolutionary leaders, but they were also teachers, because all of them produced theories, scholarship. And the scholarship of the 60s that they produced had an international footprint that influenced the entire world, number one. Two, their intellectual strength was so groundbreaking, such that when you talk about independence and decolonial struggles in Africa, you always refer to them as the 60s. So when you have such a heritage, you don't need another reference point. You already have an example that at one point, the theory and practice at one stage in Africa did not have a Chinese wall. It was not a problem to theorize and practice at the same time, right? And what made these leaders I'm talking about achieve this theory and practice simultaneously, it is because their nodes of African thought were decentered. Every platform where African people gathered was a place of education for them. Whether Africans are in the train stations, in the stadiums, in funerals, in communities, in the labor unions, in night meetings, even in a protest, all those environments were environments of action, but they were also environments of education. So when students protest, if you zoom deeper to them when they protest, you will realize that a protest is actually not a disruption. A protest actually is an alternative classroom, because no one protests without knowledge. Students theorize amongst each other about their struggles, that, look, we have a struggle of an education that is not free here. And these are the implications of an education that is not free. For us to achieve this change we want, let us protest. There's no protest, colleagues, that takes place without teaching internally first. It's just that it's not happening in the classroom. It's happening outside. And you find that they are theorizing amongst themselves far better than what is happening in the classroom. My last point, then I will sit down. My last point, then I will sit down. It will not be decolonization, colleagues, unless women scholars are at the center of the work. As we de-racialize, it is also important to depatriarchize. So you assign African ratings. How many women of Africa are thinkers when you construct knowledge? So, Professor Shokane, your work, Dr. Professor Shokane, Dr. Tele, Professor Kele.
I receive.
Soon, please, Dean. The leadership of women scholars, the centering of their intellectual contributions. If that is not placed at the center, then Sankara's words will be meaningless, because he said the revolution cannot triumph without the emancipation of women. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mzileni, and thank you very much for really enlisting the Nyereres, the Thomases, Sankara, and the Kwame Nkrumahs. You know, and the mode of transport that was used by Thomas Sankara was a bicycle, and pushed, you know, for his cabinet to not to drive these big cars. As I was coming here this morning, you know, they were just blocking us, you know, with these blue lights. I don't know for what, you know, really, because we're all equal, you know, and you have to keep time, Prof. Sepe, so that they don't drive fast on the road and not to disturb us with these blue lights. Thank you so much for that. That is, you know, you are really submitting, you know, pushing, you know, all of you members of the panel, you know, thank you for that. And we've got our scribe and really putting these ideas. And as Professor Sepe, you want a book out of this? Yeah, says yeah. All right, thank you very much. We're now going to have Professor Goho Akpome. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to try to respond to what I've heard so far and to make some suggestions. Thank you, Prof. Sepe, for reminding us this morning that what we are doing is not new. What we are saying is not new. There's hardly any new thing we have said about decolonization, about racism, even about history in these past 3 days, or even in the past 2 years. Research shows that the idea of coloniality
Colleagues online, we would like to apologize for that glitch. It is due to load shedding. So what we have decided to do, colleagues who are physically attending the workshop are just quickly grabbing their tea and coming back. So if you can just give us 3 minutes, then we start. We really apologize for that inconvenience. Thank you.
Sanbongela, halala, halala, Sanbongela, halala, halala, Sanbongela, halala, halala, Sanbongela.
hehe ni madoda yatsho yaphela inyuvesi yakwaZulu ebona uxolisa wamkose uye wayiphaka wayibhekisa amabombo kweyasemelika iye yafika kwazwakala amaqeda akhala amamelikane athaza ayibona into enjena iye yathetanyovana yabuya kwekwaZulu yaphinde isezibukwayo emcimbini we-TV ICC lapho iphinde kamagameli lababaza ubuhle obuciko lomaphimbo ayo kuye kwananela namajalimane athazanga ayibona into enjena ithi halala halala yumzulu uyibekile induku ebandla izizwe zonke sikuzwile lobu bumnandi lobuciko bamaphimbo eyumzulu faya ithi halala halala yumzulu faya uyibekile induku ebandla.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Ayanda. 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 Mfana nimekuwa Afrika mfana. Uyangizwa hand?
Yeah, but way we describe our work.
Yeah, James.
We are Caesar.
Yes, I can hear you. Brother James.
No, siyakuzwa mawusizwa lapho ku right.
Okay, thanks.
What it does, it shapes your personality. You will know that you already have. And this is how white folks enter the world. They know that they are already in charge. I mean, I actually a friend of mine who was, yeah, it's a
Okay, greetings again, colleagues, colleagues online.
and the child was saying how would you go?
We apologize for the unintentional glitch that we've just experienced. You know, I've got, colleagues, I've got my notes that I write all the time on this, whenever we have these workshops. And I happen to come across there's an article that I've been reading on the contemporary knowledge of politics, higher education and Africanization, whereby Tendai Sithole writes about Fanon and the positionality of Siepe, Mangu, and Kultama as Black public intellectuals in the post-1994 South Africa. So there's a lot of material.
Yes.
And then, you know, so you've read that article, Prof. Siepe?
Well,
Amen. All right. So, yeah. Now we have to continue from where we left off. And load shedding is really a thorn in the flesh, you know, for all of us. And we really need to come out of it. Really, as a collective. Dr. Mafu, I'm sure you're sick and tired of this load shedding as well. Yeah, it's destroying our appliances, it's killing us, it's killing our lives. Yeah, we will vote, really, on the 29th of May. We must go to the polls and vote. And vote nicely. Yeah. It's the election season, colleagues, yeah. And educate our students on the importance of voting. Correctly. Yeah. Thanks for this platform, University of Zululand. Prof. Apome, the podium is yours without wasting time. Thank you. 4 minutes. Give him 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Yeah, I hope it's not a case of epistemic deafness or blindness that we are so bothered by load shedding. Because there are parts of the country who have had permanent load shedding for the past 50 years, that we are not bothered by those problems. And we only see the emaciated horse. So since we know these things and they are not new, we keep talking because we want some people who haven't heard to hear, those who haven't seen to see. We need to avoid grandstanding. There is a perpetual trap of grandstanding and to just talk, to perform, for the stage. There is that trap. We see it in student politics. We call it out in student politics, but sometimes we do not call it out when we academics do it. We call it out when politicians do it, but we also have to avoid it. But more importantly, those who read the Bible, Prophet Etiba is here, the genius here. You know when the Bible says, not the hearers, but the doers that are blessed. What do we need to do? Many colleagues have made reference to it. I think we need to understand power. And here I'm going to problematize your comment, Prof. Siepe. I do not quite agree that having majority numbers. History doesn't show that those who have majority numbers translate into. Majority numbers, population has not been shown in history to translate into power. I mean, we can look at all the regions in the world. Syria, the family of the current president come from a minority. They've ruled that place for many, many years. Okay. And I suggest whatever we do, I find very instructive the Fervudian comment that what is going to be done will be done in such a way that it will be irreversible. So we must decide when we take measures, when we hold those departmental meetings, when we come to FAREC, when we go to Senate, we must decide on measures that are real, that will be long-lasting. We shouldn't look at the face of that person who is so sympathetic to the current system and allow that person's face to cow us into adopting measures that will not work, or they are just being politically correct to keep peace in the department. But those changes will not have any effect. I think that's what I think. Then we must understand knowledge. Why are we focusing on knowledge? Because knowledge is both a site of power and an instrument of power. The Chinese did not have the geopolitical clout of the West. They didn't have the military strength of the West, but they applied knowledge in the area of economic development, and today they terrify the hell out of the West because of the advances they made in the past 40 years. In terms of doing knowledge, what I've learned from this is that we need to reconfigure our offerings. And I take a very instructive comment from my HOD in introducing the new program, that it's not just a matter of changing texts. It's not just a matter of changing readings. Sometimes it's even negative if you take the reading of a Black scholar just because he's Black, because there are very many Black people who do colonialism, who do coloniality more than white people, very many. And then they will even tell you, you can't be Blacker than me, most. You know, whereas they are fallen. And I think that's part of what Dr. Makani's point was yesterday when she talked about standing on the shoulders of giants. There are many of us whose only intellectual foundations are Abu Creswell and the same colonial ideas, so we cannot proceed from them. Whatever we do, we just put in a black face onto colonial ideas. Then finally, I have 1 minute now. In terms of theories, methods, I think there's a question for Professor Naibu or Freck for the HTC. What do we require as postgraduate students to do when they write proposals? We want them to put Bandura and all these things. What questions do they ask? I think we need to take, and I wish Professor Brown was here. What does the research committee expect? More of the same? Are they willing to countenance the resurgent and the terrorist methodologies, terrorist theories, terrorist ideas that we have recommended here? I think we have to do that. Otherwise, this would be another talk show. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Prof. Akome, for reiterating, the epistemic deafness. Touching on the type of research objectives or research questions, rather, that our students ask. I'm not marketing the Department of Sociology, but I happen to be in sociology, a sociologist and HOD in sociology. And we have a research supervision workshop. It's a research supervision at decolonial, using a decolonial strategy that we're going to have at the end of March. And our approach, Prof. Moya, is to assist our students craft research titles, Professor Siepe, that speaks to our context, speaks to the strategy of the university, and to shape us and to sharpen us as academics, as lecturers, to do just that, and to learn how to go about it. And Prof. Dean, Prof. Shokane, we have 3 spaces for that workshop, and with your permission and Prof. Naidu's permission, we are inviting 3 more from the faculty, and the 3 more, can it be NGAP lecturers from other departments? Thank you. I'll write an email, but I know, Prof. Moya, yeah, that's an email. But I'm just, announcing so that people can hear, and then they'll say, wow, it's just one day and it's going to be very intensive. And I will be writing an email to Prof. Akpom as well, because I've talked to him about it, so that he can be part of us that day, because we really need to expedite, we need to move colleagues, and we need to implement theory and practice, is what we've just heard from Dr. Mzileni. So we've come now, the time is 10:06, and now we've had our tea, we're still having our tea. I will check if there are any comments on the chat. Where's the chat here now? Always. Show chat previews. There's one chat. Oh, come on, I don't see. Okay, whilst we're looking for a chat online, in the room, are there any? Okay, the one chat is from Ash Singh. We are all victims of a state-owned enterprise, ESCOM, gone Ori. All right. Yes, thanks, Ash, for that. Colleagues, we have now reached the time for discussions. I need hands. Professor Mazoso, you are noted. Professor Mazoso is Professor Fidele Pitwani. Dr. Metso, Professor Akpom says you indicated that you want to say something later on. Are you ready, Dr. Metso? Not yet. Not yet, okay. Any other person? I'm not being a terrorist. Louise, do you have anything, my dear? Professor Nzama, do you have something to say? Yes. Definitely. So I've got Professor Mazoso, I've got Professor Nzama. No, you've said. Professor Libaka. Professor Adetiba. Good, okay. That's now. We're getting the, yeah, the professorial guild is coming out. The professorial guild. Professor Siape, we have a professorial guild. It's coming out now. We've got, okay, Mazoso, can you please come, Professor Mazoso? Professor Libaka, Professor Adetibe, Dr. Ndlovu, you come this side, yeah. Professor Nzama, you can join Uhlefane lapha, mhlawumbe come nearer, or are you going to come at the end? Or because okay. So I think okay, Libaka, no, Professor Nzama, you can take a seat there, it's fine. I don't want to waste your legs. Professor Libaka, it's fine. Okay. Professor Mazoso, the podium is yours. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Not a sermon, eh? 2 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Prof. I won't sing, Prof. Sorry, not now. As we are sitting here, Paulo Freire talks about the idea of conscientization, awareness raising. When are we beginning or commencing with student agency and activism? And I'm asking this question because this is what I'm looking forward to. And I'm coupling this question with the question that says, I've asked this before, do we have enough economic muscle to carry on with this project, to master UniZulu as a node for African thought? Because Prof. Dean, I already have a bucket full of a budget. I need an amphitheater at UniZulu. And this amphitheater is not for music students only. It's for all the students at the university to begin to debate, dialogue, you know, about issues around decoloniality. And I remember Dr. Nkosi in one session yesterday was concerned about the entry of students into the communities and the issues of values and disrespect and all those kind of things. And I'm looking to the students debating on those things, performances around that, radio, student community radio, alive at UniZulu to create awareness about decoloniality. And as I was saying to Prof. Adetiba, we need to sleep, dream, think decolonization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Fikile Butwani, who's Prof. Lebaka? Oh, he's here. Oh, I'm looking for him, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
My question is directed to Professor Siepe. Thank you so much, sir, for your time spent in preparing a wonderful presentation. I feel inspired. My question is, shall UniZulu, or shall it be appropriate for UniZulu to introduce a witchcraft program based on what we are making an attempt to establish here? I'm asking this question because my friend in Nigeria in 2021 told me that there is one university in Nigeria which introduced a degree in witchcraft. And I'm eager to learn what is happening in this witchcraft. What are they doing? Thank you so much.
Yeah, colleagues, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah. When I got here this morning, I saw something on the board that says, "Who am I? Who are we? What are we in the world?" You know, yesterday in the course of the program, I was online taught yesterday. My student came to me as I told them, "Okay, let's listen to this program together." At the end of the program, we started discussing. You know, along the line, one of them asked a question from me. He said, "Sir, what do you understand by democracy?" And I said, "Sorry, as far as I'm concerned, I don't normally use the word democracy. Rather, I use inclusive governance." Because I said, to me, democracy is more or less the governance of the elitist. But when you call it inclusive governance, you know, it's a system that that involves everyone, every Dick, Tom, and Harry. You don't exclude anyone. Now the question now is this: who actually are we in Africa when it's come to the issue of democracy? Because to me, I always say that democracy is more or less a rotten cassava that imported from the West. It's not part of Africa. It's not an Africanized political system. There should be a way, by which, we try as much as possible, to involve our own government. Our own system of government that will be different from that of the West. Then the question now is this: how do we go about this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Siepe, for that wonderful presentation. And during your talk, you spoke about, you mentioned Gavism, amongst other things, as well as Pan-Africanism. And Dr. Mzileni mentioned theory and practice. And then I was sort of reminded as well of, the work of Frantz Fanon. I think it was in the Rechet. He discusses particularism, especially vis-a-vis particularism vis-a-vis universalism. And he talks of particularism as a route to universalism. It discusses these within the context of things like capitalism, colonialism, as well as racism. And it says that such things are very abstract, and if you are to deal with them and come to terms with them, you run, the risk of, it says, you fall into their tragic mishaps that happen, And then he therefore says, he argues for universalism, you know, as a starting point. Within, so for him, you know, it is how such things as colonialism, as racism manifest themselves that, you know, they become, you know, meaningful for us. So to Prof. Siepe, you know, within our context, how would you make sense, you know, of you know, this notion of particularism? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to make a comment on the process of decolonization. And this reminds me of the Hawaiian activist who was actually referring to the 5 stages of decolonization. And the last 2 of those 5 is commitment and action. And through this project, I really think we are committed to the project. And this is very exciting indeed. And I think it is very important for all of us to really commit to this project. And I think this workshop is one of those ways in which we're committing ourselves to the project. My question, perhaps, I don't know whether this has been addressed. I think I agree with my colleagues that have spoken, particularly Umazuzo earlier, student activism. Because really, if we want to concretize this project, I think it is important that we involve our students. But how do we do that? I think we should come up here with a strategy that we can be able to implement in our classes, so that these very important engagements do not just remain like that, but we have something that we have in our hands. Well, Prof. Shokan has indicated there are books here, but how do we carry that message into our classroom so that each and every lecturer that goes into class talks about and concretize this? Because now when you teach a student, they're teaching a nation. If we want this decolonization to spread like wildfire, one of the ways is to really engage students, to make sure that students also feel it in their veins and that it gets imprinted on their DNA. And it is through those ways that we can actually get this out of our classroom and really concretize it, because that is what we want to see happening, getting decolonization concretized. So perhaps what my question, which I am repeating, is have we perhaps over the 2.5 days that we're here come up with clear strategies of involving students in this project? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nzama. Prof. Nzama wants the action plan. Okay, and thank you very much, colleagues who came up to the podium. And I'm thinking of what Prof. Masozo spoke about in terms of, you know, she has a list already, a budget, you know, she's worried about the cost and so forth. Whilst we worry about the cost, with all due respect, we should be doing something while we're still waiting for, you know, like we're applying for this and that. But let us keep on, let us push and work based on what we've discussed since day 1 and day 2 in terms of what are we doing in the classroom? How do we take these books, you know, like whatever that we've written to the classroom? Conference papers that we have presented, Dr. Mafu, you know, in our HSS conference, you know, remember our niche, our RNA as the faculty is on rurality and rural development. There's a lot of information that and stuff that we have written, colleagues, that we should also use in the classroom, you know, that bears, you know, that African context, you know, our context, you know, the students' context. So let us use that in the classroom while we finish up those papers, of course, you know. And then colleagues, the time now is 11:21. We still have a bit of time between us and a lunch and so forth as per the new program. I will ask the members of the panel, okay? Hey, Umzileni, why are you saying this? At 12:30. Your students, you don't try. Are you going there? Oh, we'll finish. Don't panic.
Your HOD is
The
here.
HOD is here. Okay. Anyone who wants to start and respond, you want to start? Okay. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. Firstly, to Professor Fikile Pitiwani, I hope the faculty and university will really support the establishment of the Nomzamo Matikizela Amphitheater.
That's good.
Because when I launch my book, I don't want people to come in like a church. We introduce a guest speaker, a respondent. Now, I want the Pupula Bigo Band to perform first. I want Makafula Vilagazi to perform first, just to clear out the colonial demons first.
Detox.
Detox the space, you know. That's how the space is going to be created. Then rolling out the decoloniality to students as a DNA, trust me, it's gonna happen. If it has not already started already. Wait and see. The students are going to have now, starting from this year moving forward. Uzobona. Uzobona. Lastly, the Bachelor of Witchcraft. I'm actually writing with Nombulelo Shangi a paper titled Racism and Whiteness as Ubuloi of Taga. Because there's no way colonialism is not some form of Ubuloi. I'm in a system that captures people's minds to this extent for centuries. Oh, Taga. You know? I mean, in the middle of a town, they build a statue of Rhodes. Now, when you walk at 12 midnight, there's this dead man here. A dead white man who's a statue looking at you at midnight. Who blow him as well? So we had to dismantle it at UCT. We had to fall the hell down. Otherwise, colleagues, in a nutshell, thank you for inviting me in this workshop. Dean, thank you so much for your support. HOD, thank you so much for your support. I did not invite myself. I was invited. And I appreciate being invited. Had I not been invited, I wouldn't have come to speak. I came to speak because I was invited. So I want to thank the opportunity of being invited. On my side, if you give me support, then you leave me alone, you will see magic. Thank you so much.
Terrorism in the house. Striker. We've got a striker, colleagues. And we're not going to be selfish, trust me, for the entire university. All right. That Zileni is in sociology, but it's for all of us. And I'm sure, Dr. Zileni, anyone who wishes to co-author with you, they are welcome. All right. Colleagues from the panel, anyone? Okay, I've got Professor Akpome. Before we come to Professor Akpome, let's see if there is any online. There's nothing. Okay. The first option. Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay, we don't have any. Okay, I did the next. No. Appointment, can you allow Prof. Shokana to come? And then it's fine. Absolutely. Then okay, all right. No, it's fine, we do this and then we come, yeah, all right.
Prof, please close the chat.
Colleagues, thank you very much. It's very important that what we're doing here, we take it to the classroom. And I was saying to Prof. Siepe, Prof, I hope you come and share something like, which is close to my heart, about high failure rates. That's why I'm saying, for me, it gets difficult to speak about other disciplines. But Prof. John Rattenberg, you know, in social work, we're saying our qualification is a professional degree, which when a student graduates, we expect that student to be a social worker. And that degree, you have to do it in a period of 4 years. And the approach that we're using, it's a building block approach. Even the issue is that what I teach you in second year or third year or fourth year, or it's something that you have, it's lifelong learning. And my question, colleagues, or my concern is that then how do you deal with a student who failed to grasp what the discipline is about? How are they going to advocate and lobby for the communities out there? What type of concern or initiatives that we're actually doing? Because I mean, if we understand the challenges that we're facing being in a rural-based university, and we know our teaching and learning directorate, they do take care of them. But your role as a lecturer, what does it mean if you even, like, I think Dr. Makai referred to that a person will come and tell you that, I know half of you won't pass. Why do you go to class if you don't want to impart that knowledge and for students to pass? Because remember, what we're actually doing to those students is about their lives. It's about their future. It's about the contribution that they're going to make in the society. So, Prof, that's why I thought, Prof, that for me, it's profound. So let's not detach. Even if you have a 3 o'clock class, colleagues, let your students be excited about that class that I'm going to Dr. Dlamin's class. I know even when I'm full with fed cakes and what, I won't fall asleep because the class is alive. I won't want to miss it for anything in the world. So the workshops, it's also about that we need that awareness. Let's not forget why we're in an academic space. The academic project is the core business of the university. Irrespective of our differences, our genders, our race, sexual orientation and stuff like that, but it's about teaching and learning. No, it's fine. So I just wanted to bring that point, that let it go home, let it go back to the departments, let it go back to class, what we actually have that, I don't want to say compassion, but don't hate. Apartheid has taught us to hate. Don't hate your students. Love them. Have that knowledge that if you meet a social worker, how they'll assist you, you'll know that this social worker has been through the hands of Prof. Shokani. Because at the end, it's the same people with the values. Remember, African thought it's about the values of Ubuntu that we're instilling in our students. Then you won't have students who are when they get into leadership, they become corrupt, Prof. Moyo. We ask them to build the amphitheater, Prof. Mazozo. What they do, instead of putting 20 cement, they buy 1 bag of cement, and the building collapse on us. So it's very important that it's also about the values. It's about it's even hidden curriculum. You know that there's also hidden curriculum, things that we expect you to know, even if it's not in the syllabus. So the African thought it's about that. Okay, I don't want to start a sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Shokan. I almost said amen. Amen. Yeah. Colleagues, we're not going to waste time. The time is now 11:32. We're still fine. You know, I keep on, something in my head is not, it's telling me it's 12, you know, already. I don't know why. There's still time. I'll check the chat after you have spoken, Prof. Bome. Prof. Moyo, are you going to say something?
Depends what he's going to say.
Okay, it's fine. So we'll have Prof. Akpome, and then once he's off the podium, if you have anything to say, you can come after him. And then after you, I will allow the floor before I allow Prof. Siepe to come on the podium. Is that fine? Sure. Okay, we agree. Collective agreement? Good. Okay.
Yeah, inclusive governance. Thank you, Chair. I want to respond to Prof. Adetigwa's questions, which I think are his point, which I think is very important. So I like that you say you don't use the word democracy and you use inclusive governance. I'm stopping to use the term post-apartheid or post-independence. It goes back to what Prof. Brown was challenging us about. What Biko said many years ago, idea formation. And many of us, we academics, we intellectuals, we are very quick to blame politicians. But I think a lot of the blame should be with us rather than politicians. Because it's universities that taught Africans that US is the model of democracy to follow. That's what we learn from little children. Government by the people, for the people, and the US, by its own definition, is not a democracy. A people who excluded a racial minority so brutally, who continue to exclude a racial, we still go to class and tell our learners that that is democracy, that's what people should aspire to. So we have people like PLO Lumumba who blasts our leaders every day, and we do it all the day, but what ideas are we giving to the politicians? It is academics who tell governments to seek foreign direct investments at all costs. And the Dutch East Company was foreign direct investment. And the Royal Niger Company that colonized Nigeria is foreign direct investment. So what new ideas have we brought? So it's us who have to bring ideas about what governance is. We need to theorize our past. When we continue to rely on Creswell and Bandura, we can never theorize.
He doesn't like
Yeah, I mean, I edit thesis, I do reviews for Farrell. Every thesis is Creswell, completely irrelevant to the work they are saying. It's Creswell, Bandura, is from It's us. It's us. That's what I'm saying. That's our problem. We teach theories. I'm doing PGD. They give us theories to learn. They don't even give us. They know in their class they have seasoned academics. I'm not counting myself as among them. I've sat in classes. Dr. Taylor just finished it now. And you take Dr. Taylor with all her experience and tell her to go and memorize Bandura. You can't even ask her to theorize her experience as a teacher. They say we should write our teaching philosophies, but first we have to go and read somebody else. And it's the same thing we are doing to the next. So if we come up with new ideas, we have to re-theorize. And our students can theorize. You were saying it the other day, in literary studies, we have the same problem, Dr. Baf. We ask, what theory did you use to explain that text? Suggesting that the reader of the text and the writer of that thesis is unable intellectually to theorize his own reading and his own understanding. That's why I said some of these matters will have to come to Prof. Naidu later. So for Prof. Zamama, a simple suggestion, what I try to do in my class. In every single class, I teach South African history, I teach apartheid history. Every single text I teach, I find a way to teach them. Your student made a brilliant presentation. Snell, colleagues, she's researching protest behavior among UniZulu students. She found out that these students who protest at UniZulu do not even know Abosi Piko. So what have we been teaching them? Thank you.
Yeah, I won't waste time, colleagues. I thought he was going to talk about what we chatted. There's just one word which tickled me. The word witchcraft. I'm not saying it in a bad way, but I'm just cautioning us because traditional healers are or were called witch doctors.
Yes.
So I know the prof didn't mean that, but there's a danger that if you use the word witchcraft, what is witchcraft exactly? Is it a science? Is it a, so I'm just cautioning that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moya. It is most unfortunate that Zeleni has just stepped out of the room. I'm sure you would have loved to also add, on witchcraft, based on, Prof. Shokana, can you please add?
Prof. Libaka, on your question, I think I need to clarify something. A university is a space for learning, and we employ staff members or colleagues based on their expertise and based on the needs of society. I think maybe I don't want to say let's not get too excited, because UniZulu cannot say now we want to offer a course in witchcraft. We have to get an expert and develop a program and go through the structures for approval and convince management, even the heads, on how will that course benefit society. I think African thought and the strategy of the UniZulu, Prof, I'll request you to go back and read it properly. What you're asking, it is important. Maybe someone wanted to ask, but there are processes and procedures for programs to be developed. Prof Naidu, I'm actually worried when you are quiet, sitting there nicely. Because if you go back to the history of the university, especially in our faculty, or at the university, there was theology, if you remember. What happened to that program? Prof. Siepe rightly says, in most universities, even African languages are slowly dying. Who's responsible for that? So let's be careful, colleagues, when it comes to programs. Let's not develop programs that it will be based on one individual's needs. And that when maybe Prof. Libaka will be the expert on that, when you depart, there's no one to teach that. So I think also when we develop programs, we are being asked to check also the demand of our society. Is that program relevant to what we want to do? If we will send your child to come and do a degree in witchcraft, what will they do after that? Is it relevant for us? Because at times, hence we're saying, I think the subject of decolonization, Prof. Moyo, is very important because it's also teaching us issues of comparison. Maybe in Nigeria, Prof. Apome, we don't know. There was a need for that. Yes, but what we're saying in African thought, it's not what we're actually saying.
It's actually just social media meme.
Yes, yes, and it's a bad joke. Because also if you go back to the history, go back maybe back to research, and you find in the research, you just say maybe witchcraft, South Africa, there were a lot of people who were killed and burned alive because they were accused of being witches. What Prof. Moyo is saying from a position of being an elder who knows the history. So most of the things, it also exposes us that we actually don't read of things which are there. Lots of people were even killed, Prof, even elderly in villages. If you have a grandmother who's 100 and something, they used to be burned and things like that. So there's some things, colleagues, because of dementia and things like that. So what we're saying, let's have the right knowledge and empower the students that, I think we can even link it to the graduate attributes. I'll give you maybe one example as a food for thought. In African communities, Prof. Moyo, there were lots of women who were chased out of their marriages because they couldn't bear male children. But if you do the study of genetics, a woman has no control whether the child will be a boy or girl. So can you see the power of knowledge and ignorance, and what type of knowledge do you have? Because you can have the knowledge, but you have the wrong knowledge. So it's important that we Prof, you even said that there's some things we have to buy this elephant bit by bit, yes. So it's very important what we must actually say, because once you are a professor, we assume we're also in a position of authority. That's why myself personally, I don't like to talk about something that I'm not qualified to. Yes, because what I know, I'm a professor of social work. Ask me anything about social work, I'll tell you even from my sleep. And we'll invite experts in those fields, and then they speak, they share that to us, please. Thank you.
With the kind permission of the chair, that story is actually a joke. If you just do a Google now, just do a Google. So I did a Google right now, and let me show you one of the responses I saw. 15 September 2016, South African minister to introduce BSc in witchcraft into education system. South Africa. So joke, I mean, we are in South Africa, right? Sure. Yeah, and I can link it to one. If possible, and I don't impute this to our distinguished professor here, one of the possible ways to mock the idea of Africanization and decolonization. Like, what are you going to be doing now? Witchcraft? Like, what do you have to offer the world? Witchcraft? And also to mock indigenous religious practices. Because indigenous, almost all non-European modern knowledge systems, because if we need to understand, coloniality developed, part of the development of the modern colonial system was a development in Europe where there was a desire to erase religiosity and to describe, there's a term they use, philosophers help me, reason and logic as the ultimate and the only form and source of truth. And in Europe, they did a lot of witch burnings. And in America, they did a lot of witch trials and witch burnings. And then they projected this idea of witchcraft as a system of unreason because it was part of a metaphysical practice they did not understand, that they wanted to bastardize and to dehumanize. Now they branded it as witchcraft, and then everything on, they talk of shamans and what non-Europeans do. So that's where that discourse is coming from. Because as it was mentioned, what was our response? Laughter. Laughter, because it's a put down kind of humor for things that are not non-European, and we should understand it. There's no reason why, and I like what the dean is saying, religion, all religious processes, as a matter of fact, if we subject this to analysis, all religious practices and ideas have very strong similarities with what is called witchcraft. The belief in that which is non-scientific. The belief that science alone, which I agree with, is insufficient in itself to expose us to reality. Science as we know it. We all know that science as we know it cannot define all reality at the same time. We know that. So that is what this anti-African discourse of witchcraft, I think, is geared at. And I just think we should be careful about it and should know what it means. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwame, for the contribution and for elucidating that of witchcraft. And thank you very much, Professor Kane, for your input and clarification. Before I call Prof. Siepe, I'll check once more on the chat if there's any. There's nothing. Thank you, Dr. Ladau. Colleagues, any hands? Prof. Meto? Prof. Naidu, please come to the podium. And thereafter, Prof. Siepe. Prof. Siepe?
Yes, no.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, okay. So,
No,
no, it's fine. Okay, I thought you were going to say something just and then you come back. Or you want to come back once?
Yeah.
No, I said that as the program director and also looking at the program and also looking at the time. Yes, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Well, my comment was triggered by Prof. Shukani's comment. It's so important that we don't get ourselves diluted or lose the focus of this very important discussions that we are having. It's essential that we keep focused, and being focused meaning that we will be productive and we will be able to really achieve the desired aims and goals that we are hoping that will come out of this entire discourse. The issue about, bringing in new programs, it cannot come about just out of the thin of the air or because of some emotional feeling, and therefore we want to have this program and that program. And then we try to kind of sandwich it and call it Africanization or the node of African thought, and this is what it's all about. It's important for us to think about, and rightly so, as mentioned by Professor Shukani, about the vision of the university and what the whole purpose or the aim that the university is trying to achieve is important to be taken into consideration. In regards to what has transpired within the University of Zululand, at one stage, the university had a faculty called theology, very vibrant and was doing very well for the dispensation at the time it was functioning. But as time went, the gatekeepers, which I would call the professors that were basically in charge of that faculty, were not prepared to make changes as time went on. And they kept to that same rigid way of doing things. And eventually, a faculty became a department. And many of the professors that were very highly respected throughout the world soon became old and retired. And eventually, that entire department now, from faculty to department, only had one person that was running that entire department. Eventually, that person became so frustrated, actually left and became a person absent to that whole thing. And eventually, the university took a decision to close theology completely because of it becoming non-relevant. All right? So in the same way, there must be sustainability in whatever we want to do. We must make sure it can go on. It must not just go on for 5 years. It must go on till your own generation has to enter university. Then we can say it's really adding value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Naidu. I'm now going to, no, I'm not going to waste any time. The time is 11:51. And I will call Dr. Ratau. He's been sitting there since day one. I'm sure his knuckles are painful, eh? Okay. Oh, sorry. Prof says I must release them.
Yes.
You are released.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, shame. So nice, you've actually, payment will come. Don't worry, lunch is payment. Round of applause for our panel.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
How are you? I'm good. Let me first approach this podium by expressing my gratitude to Professor Siepe, Professor Shokani, Professor Bome, my HOT and my friend Dr. Mafu, and the Vice Chancellor for what I call an unjustified faith in me, for always involving me in this platform. And I term this, and I am speaking to my fellow young academics, as part of the decolonial scholarship, which is mentorship. Decoloniality has to do with mentorship. And African thought, if you go to African society, if your mother or your father dies, the man or mother next door is your mother, and they will mentor you through life. So we don't have orphans in African society. So yesterday, Prof. Siepe said to me, look, I need you to come and give your impressions the way you see them. So I've drafted a few notes here with no particular order. And number one, I want to start with appreciating what Professor Siepe has exemplified here. I think you are a living catalog of what a decolonial scholarship in an African university should be like. And you exemplify that through your reading. I mean, your buoyancy and confidence in what you do and what you know, it's very clear, it speaks for itself. And more than anything, I saw you speak without really reading what you had with you in front of you. And I think for me, that is an injunction to say that that's how we should all be. Yeah. And I think that is a first step towards decolonizing curriculum, pedagogy. We need to be readers, voracious, avid readers. Eskien Patlele said that read and read and read until it hurts. Yeah. And you'll realize that it doesn't hurt. It makes you so youthful like Professor Siepe all the time. And let me tell you about what I've seen with the discussions here. They were so honest, so robust, because they were intellectual, they were emotional, and I loved the honesty, even when there were some unpleasant, episodes. And I take that as a very important and honest way of conducting discussions around decoloniality, because it's a very emotional project. The questions and wise jokes that were made here, and the rebukes or reproaches I had while sitting there, struggling between scribbling or raising my hand and speaking. We have actually taken a selfie of our soul as academics. We have re-examined ourselves, our values, what we live by. And another thing that I really, really appreciated very much was the discussion around deracializing, or are we deracializing or racializing, which we saw when I was sitting there with Dr. Mafu. My heart also was breaking for some of the colleagues who are of a white race, and when some honest concerns and views were raised, and I had some qualms about how some utterances were phrased, and I thought more than anything, they seem to me they have not heard what Paulo Freire said in his book in chapter 1 when he said that when we are working to decolonize or to liberate ourselves, let us make sure that we don't become the oppressors ourselves. And I want to tie this to another thing that I've experienced personally. I want to speak to what you said, Professor Siepe, that I must speak personally about my experiences. One of the things that I find as the ironies and contradictions of our profession is that some of us who are young academics, sometimes we feel dismissed, marginalized, mistreated. And I think that contradicts what is African thought, which is framed by Ubuntu. I've experienced where sometimes I was told I was a mere lecturer. So imagine if you're a professor who can say that to a young person, you come and stand, you want to speak to coloniality, I won't listen to you. I now become a rock on which if you throw your seeds, nothing will germinate. Yeah. You'll come and speak here and then I'll be disillusioned. Yeah. So I'll never listen to anything you say. So perhaps we take the self of our soul, we re-examine ourselves and we see how we treat each other. We can come here and polish our languages, but when we go back in reality, we mistreat young academics. And for me, that is not nice. I've experienced that. One professor, when I was employed at the University of Limpopo, found me in the toilet. He said to me, "You're growing up too fast." So what he meant is, you're not supposed to be in this toilet. So what are you saying? So these are some of the experiences that young people we are experiencing, and I want to buttress that. I want to actually discourage that, to say the prognosis is that we will not be successful. So another thing that I want to speak about here is that I'm very pleased with the fact that what we've been doing here has confirmed some of my approaches, because we are not taught to become lecturers like teachers who are given methodologies and the history of education and philosophy and all that. But you elders, you colleagues have actually confirmed our approaches in teaching in the classroom. Professor Mzileni, Professor Bome, Professor Siepe. So you have really reaffirmed some of the things that we are not sure about. So this workshop really has been very, very successful. Apart from the other things that I'm talking about of treating young academics, we will do great things. And I'm very convinced, because I was busy sitting there making resolutions myself, that I'll make this my personal project. And I'll be honest with my emotions, with my intellect regarding decoloniality, and I'll live it all the time. Now, let me tell you, more than anything else, this workshop has said what Khalil Gibran said. He said in his book of aphorisms, Sand and Storm, and he says, this is what decoloniality is doing, because colonialism has said to African people, you are nothing. In this workshop, you have reaffirmed this. I'll quote Gibran. He says that they will say to you, you and the world you live in are but a grain of sand upon the infinite shores of an infinite sea. But in our dream, or in this workshop, we say to them, I am the infinite sea, and all worlds are but grain seeds upon my shore. So that for me really has been the reaffirmation of our social confidence, as Professor Siepe spoke about, and our identity. Number 5, this workshop, like many other meetings that I've attended of this kind, where we are eating this elephant called decoloniality, has been very inspiring, honestly. From you, as I said there, I had diagnostic expressions that which I could summarize as, we have to take for ourselves the power of self-perceptions, how we see ourselves, how we see the world, and the reality needs to, the reality that we need to kill, the reality of belittling, dehumanizing African people, and we raise a humanity of rehumanizing. And we need to also take power of how we measure ourselves, how we see ourselves. We don't have to continue in this outward perception of ourselves. We have to do what Professor Biwaja calls intrinsic validation, and that's what this workshop has been doing. The discussions in this workshop have said to me, we have not been playing our games as Africans, our own game. We play a game of other people, and we need to play our own game with our own rules and our own standards. And this is connected to the language issue, Dr. Mafu. And I was just sharing ideas with him on the language issue, that there is a process called language abrogation and language appropriation. We are using this English, Abome reminded me, that that was given to us. We'll use it as a vehicle, as Achepe says, to carry our own African experiences. But it has to be a new English, an English that has a linguistic code that says, here an African is writing, an African is speaking. I mean, we have Professor Moyo here, we have other colleagues who don't speak Zulu, who don't speak Sotho. You know, we've been given this language and we are writing back. I mean, these things have been expressed elegantly by my HOD. And what is clear about the discussions and disagreements and divergent views is that we know that we are in a crisis, in a need of a way out, solutions and resolutions. And there have been many resolutions here. And it's like we have been listening to Bob Marley, whose song, Redemption Song, has been the background music of this workshop, that liberate, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, and none but ourselves can free our minds. But I want to suggest something as part of the resolution, that we need a glossary of all the terminologies of decoloniality, so that colleagues don't keep saying big words, big words. We need a register, and also we can translate them into isiZulu and other languages. But we need to make a booklet similar to the one that Professor Moyo and Professor Brown have produced. And we make this a booklet that is available for students and for colleagues, so that we speak the same language. I would like to temper my fellow young academics again that you guys matter and you are brilliant, and you're supposed to be here, you belong here. I'm very fortunate to be in the department of Dr. Mafu and Professor Bome and other colleagues who are very, very nice to young academics, and they'll never make you feel like you don't belong. So I speak to you guys to say, young academics, we need to show our elders that we are taking from them what they're giving us. And we need to also help in the production of knowledge. We are knowledge producers in our own right. There is an issue that bothers me. I think I've covered that. Are we maligning or realigning one another? Because sometimes I feel like we are losing each other. I think I spoke about that, which has to do with the deracializing or racializing. When you are rebuking your brother, make sure you don't lose them in the process. When you are calling out a spade, yes, a spade, but make sure you don't. We spoke about the issue of respect. Professor Shokani came here. We spoke about respect and love. So one aspect is that we need to love one another. We need to really not imitate our process or our oppressors, replicate what they've done. Lest we forget, African thought is really framed by Ubuntu. We have to love each other. On the issue of language, I've also covered that. The issue of reading, Professor Siepe emphasized it. But another thing that is very key, I've just completed my PhD, I got my marks and all that. And I've been told, the examiners, they recommended that I turn it into a book, and I've done that. I'm in the process of publishing it. Professor Masoha is helping. But what I'm saying here is what Professor Biwache is saying in his paper, which is collected in the Note for African Thought book. And he's asking that there must be a research and documentation culture among us. So perhaps I'm calling to my fellow young academics that, can we write our PhDs in the way that we then turn them into books? We start this culture because we need to capture this decolonial thought issue in books. Professor Shokani has shown us an example. So we need to produce books. And that is how we're gonna bring our stamp into this scholarship. So through books. So let us work to do that. Because after completing your PhD, you never know what exactly you have done until other people read it and confirm it and respond to it. So another thing that this workshop has done for me is I'm writing a paper on what it means to do a PhD as a young Black South African. And one of the things that I'm going to be dealing with are really related to what this workshop is all about, which is that we are trying to build a Black intellectual culture, which we look back at the Makerere University, you see how there was a serious intellectual culture, and most of the guys who were there, they were very young. They were not very old. So this workshop has helped me understand what am I supposed to be doing after completing my PhD. I'm expected to show that I'm a scholar, rigorously so. I've made resolutions to continue my teaching in a way that speaks to the context that Agogo was talking about, apartheid, colonialism. And I've made that my lifelong goal, because there are people who think apartheid as a context is exhausted. It will never be exhausted. My colleague Agogo will say that history is forever. So my teaching, I've resolved that it will always be situated within the context which inform who we are today and what we're trying to do. Ultimately, this workshop has made me realize that no one can give us the future that we need. We must do it ourselves. And this is my mantra of teaching and researching. And I would like to request that we really, Professor Shokani, you task some of the colleagues to do this glossary that I'm talking about. And we need a podcast in this university where Prof. Shokani and Professor Siepe and Professor Bome, we give them sleepless nights. We tell them to prepare and come to the podcast. We have Professor Mzileni. And then that's where young people, students, will come in to come and ask you these questions. And then they will also be incorporated because they are very smart and they deal with these new age platforms like your podcast. It will make them attractive. So we need to really engage them, and next time also bring them here. The SRC, who are protesting, who are leading protests, they need to understand from what ground are they protesting. So they need to be here also as well. Yeah. So I'm not sure, Professor Siepe, if I've done justice to this. By the way, I appreciate you read the world. And that really inspires me. And it's such an honor to have you here. They say when an elder dies, a whole library is gone. So we are very blessed to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ratau. Professor Kwame, Professor, am I still okay here, or you still want to come back? All right. Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, another round of applause for Dr. Ratau. Hey, fire. Hey, when you unpack fire, I'll check online fire, terrorism in FHSS. Professor Siepe, what have you done? Right, we've got, okay, we've got Ash Singh. Professor Mark Solms returned to a democratic South Africa to his family-owned farm. Mark, along with close friends, sought to get and got the workers who live on the farm with their families bonds so that they co-own the farm that they work on. Mark had begun a project 10 years ago where he began to edit Freud's 24 volumes on psychoanalysis and his 4 lesser-known neurological volumes. The newly revised 24 volumes will be launched in June this year. The point of this comment is that Freud's work is still relevant today, and psychoanalysis is being tested empirically through the use of MRI to test its efficacy in healing. Freud was discriminated against because he was Jewish, whilst he was criticized of being an anti-Semite because he focused on understanding the human condition. His work spans over a century. One cannot discard this work unless it has been reliably validated through empirical testing over a number of years. Thank you very much, Ash, for that comment and sharing. If you missed some of the reflections, see YouTube links. Thanks, Professor Stein, for that. Yes. Thanks to CMD. I also saw the videos on YouTube yesterday. Congratulations, Dr. Ratau. Yes, indeed, congratulations. Wow. Yeah. Dr. Stanley Maposa is like, wow. I can imagine him saying, wow. Great work. We're really proud of you, Dr. Ratau. We're proud of the English department, really. When you have a young academic within your department, and the way he's articulating, it really shows the work that you're doing. We really applaud you. Thank you very much.
The Department of English.
Yeah, Department of English. Yes.
In
the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences that is led by Professor Shogane from the Department of Social Work. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm now going to call Professor Siepe. Professor Siepe, can you please come forward to the podium? Thank you.
Dr. Ratau, we thank you very much for your reflections, and I'd asked him deliberately to speak more from his impressions as a young academic. And also what has emerged were also very important insights.
Yeah.
But also we should learn something from that, and especially how we conduct ourselves in the business of knowledge creation. And I'm fascinated by the comment by Professor Stein about Freud.
It's Ash.
Is it Ash? Okay, yeah. And the thing about it is, it takes me back to how I was affected by a Black person in the US while we were marching against racism in the US. And this Black fellow had a button, and it said, "I just love being Black." And a white colleague of mine says, imagine if I was wearing the one that says, I just love being white. But there's a reason why a black person wore that. Because historically, he has been told that it does not matter. This is why Martin Luther King and the people like Jesse Jackson kept on saying, I am somebody. And he says, what we need to do is to deal with the nobodiness that has been imposed on us. So when we talk about having new forms of being and seeing, it comes from a position of pain. And this is what people don't understand about what colonialism has actually done. And when we say that we're going through pain and it's expressed, we're not wishing other people that they should go through the same pain. And when we say there is another perspective, we're not saying we're going to dislodge other perspectives. We're actually saying there are pyramids of knowledge and that we can learn from other pyramids of knowledge that have been discarded, not because they are any less valid, because the assumption is that your views should not even be given a chance, because we've already resolved that problem. What is wrong with you? So I think our colleagues must understand that this is about having more. It's just like even with language. When some of us call for the use of African languages, we're not calling for that other languages should not be learned. Actually, you are better if we have more languages, because what it means that you have more intellectual resources at your disposal to understand phenomena. I mean, I often hear people who are Africans or German and say, but sorry, man, I can't translate it. It's not translatable. And when you listen to them, that concept is not there. It's including some, when what Dr. Zeleni was actually showing, that there are some words that the one word in Zulu or in Xhosa, that some of these words have multiple meanings, not 2, not 3, not 4. It depends on how you frame them. And some concepts are not translatable. So the more you are exposed to more languages, the better for you. So when we say our languages need to grow, it's also about issues of epistemic justice. It's about saying our people go through hell. Yes, you may not go through hell because you have a dominance, and the world marches according to your drum. But don't pretend that there are no other drums. So I just thought that was a necessary intervention. Now coming back to our business for this week. I also want to thank the Vice Chancellor and also the Council of the University for having had the foresight and to bring this into a strategic vision of the university. Because this is a mission impossible. But as Nelson Mandela says, it always looks impossible until it's finally done. The idea of creating an African university has been the yearning of many scholars in the continent. And the response has always been a scholar who pursues that idea in a corner and not being part of the university. You end up with, in South Africa and elsewhere, where you end up with African studies, ghettoized, they're put in a ghetto. If you think of most of the universities that have African studies, it's up there and it's optional. But part of it is just, let's respond to them and just give them in a corner. But the vision that is being articulated here is that every student who emerges here should emerge here to be proud that he's not, or she's not, a child of a lesser God, which we do not take away from other people. But we're simply saying this history of subjugation must actually come to an end. There must be a moment when we should stop saying we can't breathe. And it is possible that our kids, our students are experiencing that daily onslaught. So the notion of this vision, and I'm putting it to you so that you can understand that it is an Herculean task. It's not an easy task. It has not been, people have tried it, but it's the first time that you have had this happen at the strategic level where you have endorsement by council, you have endorsement by management. And what management has actually done was also to say, let's bring scholars in this area to assist us in thinking through about the tasks and the challenges that we're facing. And management has gone through this workshop, and it was decided that for us to walk the talk, it will be important to cascade this to ultimately the lecture room. And of course, that's where the deans came in. And the deans actually enthusiastically embraced the idea. This is why Professor Shokani is here. And I'm also pleased that the heads of department have actually come along, and also staff members have joined us online, and some have come here in person. But that itself is part of moving forward. Then the questions that have been asked, they are meant to provoke some thoughts and for further discussions and engagement. So one is not going to be here to try to say, I'm going to answer a number of things, but I'll make a few observations. One of the observations that has emerged here, which has come out in a strident fashion, is the input by Dr. Mzileni, where he takes a posture, which is a correct posture, that the teaching in our context should be a revolutionary act. It should be a revolutionary practice. And you need to read Freire when you think about teaching as a revolutionary act and practice, that it is about making the political pedagogical and the pedagogical more political, by inserting some of the questions of justice in the things that we do. And as Professor Shokani was saying, that you cannot talk about decolonization without talking about colonization. And if you talk about colonization, then you need to understand that it was and remains very painful. I mean, the effects of colonization are there for us to see. The loss of people's land, livelihood, the fact that the people could be in a country where they are a majority and yet they're squashed in the land of their birth. Those are the realities that we have to deal with. And if the education is also about the truth, these truths need to be said. And if we can't say them, then we should be ashamed of ourselves. We should hang our heads in shame. So that is actually important, and the university should be a place that will help us to find a way in which we can deal with this injustice of colonialism that continue to express themselves daily in our daily practice and also in our classrooms. This is where Professor Moyo's notion of a discursive power comes in, as it impacts in the cognitive spaces that we occupy. And of course, the question that is being raised is, does the curriculum speak to the realities of today? Does it speak to the realities of our students? Does it speak to the realities that we confront? And when we say that, we are also saying, can we, as Einstein put it, that he puts, when it comes to education and imagination, he puts more primacy to imagination, that it help us to reimagine a different, there are people who have become invested in the status quo. And also, let me actually try to put this even sharper. The status quo that is defined by inequality simply means that there are some people who benefit from that status quo. So any change that is suggested threatens their comfort zone. So that does not assume that you can change a status quo without other people feeling unhappy. Others, they have vested interest in how things are. But we have a history, and we owe it to those people who have sacrificed to make sure that we ultimately create a society that Mandela said he foresees, he wishes to have, or he'll be engaged in a struggle for an ideal in which all persons live in harmony and with equal opportunities. And when he says with equal opportunities, we're talking about the opportunities in the full sense of the word, culturally, linguistically, politically, etc. So this is what we are going to strive for. And those who benefit from the status quo should also feel that it's not like they're not welcomed, but they must understand that it cannot be business as usual. Martin Luther King says, our job, or his job, was always to comfort the disturbed and also to disturb the comfortable. So this is really about the reimagining a notion of higher education that is different. It is, as Bernard Shaw says, some people see things as they are, and they ask why. I think and dream of things that never were, and ask why not. And this is what the space is. Can we imagine and dream a different reality? And what Professor Shukani has actually done in her work, which in itself, Prof, should be work that is celebrated and we should write about it, is moving from what people have considered to be you being a mere consumer of what is produced somewhere to also being a producer, where we are in the business of knowledge production, not only consumption. And with your work, you are actually showing that it is possible. And when these successes are necessary because they point away from a state of paralysis. One of the things, Professor Akpome, that I discovered, which was very interesting, coming from South Africa, where as a student, you are always told that only a few of you will pass. When I went to Harvard, as a student concerned about failure, I've always never liked the idea of failing. So the first question I want to ask Professor Moyo was to say, what is the failure rate here? And then the folks at Harvard did not understand what I'm talking about. And then I asked them, so they wanted me to explain it. And I said, no, but nobody fails at Harvard. What? But nobody fails at Harvard. Because their attitude is very interesting. They make sure that every student succeeds. But it's not like the standards are low, but they don't have this mentality. It comes down to the statement that says what you think you become. So if you think you enter the space as somebody who's successful, you become successful. And what they do, they emphasize the notion that you can. This is why Obama, who is a product of Harvard, his slogan was, we can, because it comes from the culture of we can. And what we are used to here is you can't. You know, I'm reminded of an African who was in trouble when he did something wrong and he tried to tell his boss that, but boss, I thought that, and this guy said, here, stop that. Don't thought, I'll thought for you, you know. But the point is, the notion of we can is something that must be imbued in everything that we do. And this is what we call the insurgent scholarship, because what it does, it challenges power. It takes you from the state of paralysis to the state of possibility. Actually, there's a book that is worth reading by a pianist. It's called The Art of Possibility. If you read that book, it will, you know. And there's another issue that was put in by Professor Moyo, which is worth emphasizing. And in a way, as a Professor Rottenberg, who also with the thought experiment, it's a useful exercise. The notion of problem posing, but also allowing yourself to take a journey in thought, and then deal with the implications thereof. Sometimes these things, the thought experiments are good because, well, as somebody who studied mathematics, Professor Rottenberg, we had what you call reduction or ad absurdum, where part of you start with the wrong premise and you follow its logic until it collapses. Then you know that the premise is wrong. But it's also part of the thought experiments that you need to get involved in. And I actually enjoyed heavy into some of the proofs that we had to do in mathematics to prove that we're correct, is to prove how our premise was illogical and collapses on its own. It's called this reduction ad absurdum. I'm not going to argue about its origin. All I know is that it worked. You know, yeah. So the notion of problem posing, it's an invitation to thinking things through, to sophisticating. And yes, I agree with that. When you start thinking about these things, then you also discover the decadence of disciplinary spaces, that they can actually, you can end up being imprisoned and therefore unable to hear and to see different perspectives. And one of the things that I said I always regret is that I wish, as a student of science, I could have had some course. I mean, I'm always amazed at my colleagues who have studied philosophy, you know, who studied literature and all that. I feel dwarfed in their presence. And I wish I could have been, you know. And then the other point that was raised, which is very important, is the whole so-called struggle between theory and practice. And Dr. Mzeleni was able to show that actually this should not be. If we're to learn from history, you'll discover that there are elements, there are leaders who have actually shown how that is actually possible. And we can learn from that. And when I was saying that, I was actually thinking about how it can be how it would be good to have a course that all of us can take, that shows how you can combine both practice and theory. And as Professor Moyo was quoting yesterday, the notion of difference between activism and verbalism, you know, and that there should always be action that is also informed, not just mindless activism, because you also have mindless activism that leads more to distraction, you know. But when students are engaged, we need to find a way that we engage them. And the other thing is what the people in sociology, I mean, I think that's what you guys need to do, is that we do have to deal with the culture of protest and how we actually look at that protest, whether we create enough spaces for engagement so that the type of protest also provide an opportunity for us to hear what we're not hearing. Because as he says, the protests are a form of an expression that the conditions or the education that we have, it is not sufficiently or adequately free. So we will need to deal with it. And also the perennial issue that we'll always have to deal with, Professor Figleni, is the issue that you brought in, the location, the issue of locating in our discussion the gender issues, not only the racial issues. So that is something that has emerged. So from the perspective of this workshop, it provided us with what Dr. Rata calls, you call it a selfie. Some people will call it a mirror, that they force us to look at ourselves in the mirror, you know. And then, where Professor Akume has these tendencies of always wanting to problematize everything that I say, which it's fine, you know. So I talk about how the majority, and he challenged the whole notion of the majority, that majority has never led. But I will problematize what he said, to say the problem is that the majority has failed to translate its majority status into an intellectual power, you know, because the more of you are there, and if all of you participate, the stronger you become also. But I'll leave the provocation, the insolent provocation aside, you know. But where I'm going to agree with him is the idea that, yes, knowledge is a source of power and can also be an instrument of power. But when we use that power, we cannot use it in such a way that it undermines. I mean, the point that Dr. Rata was raising, that we must also be careful about our discourse, that the discourse should be such that it invites rather than disinvite. We need to understand that we are in this together and find a way of appropriating what Biko also said, that blackness is not simply a color of one skin, but what we need to do is to factor something else, that it is not your blackness cannot be sufficient. It is also the color of one's politics that matters. And that, when you begin to put that way, then your engagement cannot be limited to issue of race. We need to sophisticate our entry and our engagement, because you also need to have that dialogue, what Professor Moyo calls a dialectical engagement. And without that, you're not going to end up with anything that approximate moving towards that which is supposed to be true. So the last question that was raised is, well, there are two. It's one about the particularism and universalism, and I'll leave that to be something that you may need to deal with. But what I know is that most of the things that have started as universal start elsewhere. There's a locus of entry before it becomes universalized. And when I say that, I'm reminded of, well, unfortunately, my examples will always veer more towards the sciences. The old story about Sir Isaac Newton, how he discovered the laws of gravity. He was located somewhere, sitting under the tree. Obviously, he must have been a wealthy guy, or he was well-fed, you know, because when an apple fell, he didn't rush to eat it. He didn't thank the God for bringing it down, you know. He wondered why it fell, you know. And I was imagining that somewhere in Somalia, even apple fell, that will not be, you don't get into the space of thinking why it fell. You thank the gods for bringing it down, you know. But what it does show is that for as long as we're dealing with issues of hunger, poverty will never self-actualize. So that's why addressing poverty is very, very important, because when you guys are scholars of psychology, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, before you would start dealing with other issues, you make sure that those basic needs are actually addressed. So you could see from Isaac Newton that these basic needs were addressed. That's why he even forgot to eat the apple and came up with it. But again, the issue of entry is a particularism to universalism. He started somewhere, and that through thinking about that experimentation, it ended up becoming the laws of one of the laws of physics. And of course, when we say the laws of physics, we're not saying That's why we talk about discovery, because as somebody pointed out, it was Professor Kume, that gravity was always there. You know, what we do in the sciences is more discovery, and even our articulation is simply an approximation. It's not. That's why we continue to refine our ways of seeing. Then the last thing, having come to this level of faculty, and hopefully the departments on their own will cascade that to say, what does it mean for themselves where they are located in terms of the curriculum change? And then in doing so, they'll be able to answer that question that says, how do we involve students in this project? So it will be through the daily engagement, the discursive practices that are there. The long and short, ladies and gentlemen, is to now thank you for having been such a captive audience and an engaged audience. And we hope that we're going to take this to the next level. We foresee having another international conference around the concept of a note for African thought around decoloniality sometime after June, where we are going to invite scholars, because what we are saying is that our engagement and our response to the African condition must be planetary. It must be global. So that, and when we do that, it's about us making a contribution to the world of knowledge. And this, again, is our contribution to the next level of struggle. The struggle that understands itself, that it's about also a cultural liberation. It's a struggle for the right to be. And this is simply one more hill. But once we get to this, we realize that the more hills to climb, we can only take a moment's rest and understand that our job is not yet done. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Professor Siepe. Colleagues, thank you very much. Professor Siepe, thank you very much for really defining and clarifying this hill. And now we all understand this hill and how to actually climb it and get over it. And we're not at the foot of the mountain now. No, 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 no. We must not undermine ourselves. We're not at the foot of the mountain. We are actually climbing because we understand the nature of this hill. Colleagues, I'm not going to waste time. Okay, online comments. There's 3. I hope it's new ones. Yeah, it is new. Okay, there's one from, okay, let me just check. Okay, from Professor Stein. Very important point, African knowledges have been deliberately discarded, not ignoring others, but restorative justice. Thank you, Professor Stein. Again, he goes on to say, limiting another person's future before they have started from a power position is an absolute crime. Never say to a student, you will fail. Yes, thank you for that, Professor Stein. And yeah, I'm reminded of one professor from English when I was in the English department as a student, but I'm not going to go into it. Then there's Maxwell. Thank you to the deanship for such a thought-provoking and insightful workshop. I salute Professor Siepe for letting me be part of this engagement. And then thanks Professor Shamasa for that, and thanking Professor Siepe and Professor Nicolaides, the angel. Thank you for an enjoyable, insightful, and very important workshop, Professor Siepe, Professor Shogani, and esteemed colleagues. Thanks for that, Professor Nicolaides. And this is Candace, is it? Yes, Austin. This workshop has sincerely provoked my consciousness. Thank you. Hopefully it has provoked your consciousness and you'll be getting a lot of new writing from you, reshaping our knowledge. Thank you very much, colleagues online. And we're now going to have Professor Shogane to come to the podium to give closing remarks. Let us welcome Professor Shogane.
Professor Zoro, a closing song. Prof. Siepe doesn't know how we do it in our faculty. How do we keep the energy, Prof?
Danami, Guyabongwa, Se Bubongo, Nane Bubongo. How come and call it down? I'm Danami, Guyabongwa, Se Bubongo, Nane Bubongo. Mazozo, come on. Asitim Danami, Aguyabo, Sebubongwa, Sebubongwa, Sebubongo, Nane Bubongo. Colleagues, we're really grateful. Yeah, thanks for that. But yes, how? Thanks for that. We really, yeah, we are really grateful. As Professor Siepe said, we've come a long way. With from the heart of the executive management to council, and so forth. We are really grateful. Professor Moy, we are grateful. We are really grateful. Siyabonga.
We actually miss Prof. Siepe for us not to sing. Remember, we are the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. So it's part of the curriculum, it's part of our culture, it's part of what we do. Colleagues, it has been a very interesting long 3 days. Prof. Siepe, you have touched, I think, I'm not sure if saying that nerve, that nerve that even like you don't want to verbalize something, but you'll feel it in the air. So we really appreciate that, especially from the management, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mtose. She gave me a call this morning. The colleagues saw in the back when I was running outside. And we're so grateful for this opportunity that the university management and council gives us to be a space of learning, to have a space of learning, to have a space where we can, as academics, really interrogate issues and unpack. And also, in a way, Prof. Siepe, I also think it's a way of mentoring. Because in Africa, or in African thought, or in African perspective, if a child does wrong, I'm not sure if things has changed now. They ask Uzaloba. So at times, if our colleagues, they do something wrong, it reflects back on us. What have we done to empower and to show the colleagues the right direction? So you'll remember, colleagues, the notice that we got was that it is compulsory and everyone should have an opportunity to attend this workshop. And you'll note, Prof. Siepe, on a daily basis, there had been different faces which were showing up here, and because of the core business, which is teaching and learning, Some they were joining online because they had classes to attend. Even Dr. Mzileni he had to leave because he has a class. So we're trying to balance that, but we really appreciate the support. One thing which I personally would like the faculty or wish for the faculty is to take the self-confidence Prof. Siepe was instilling and talking about. Yes, history will always be there. History has happened. History, we cannot change it. We cannot go back to the 60s and the 50s and erase what has happened. But what do we have now in front of us? What are we doing about what has happened? And how do we react to all what has happened? I think that's what we're actually saying. Prof. Naidu, it's my humble request that what we do, let it translate into action. And Prof. Buthelezi, Dr. Ntuli, we don't want to see a situation where you're reading an abstract of isiZulu in English. Let's walk the talk and see what will happen. I don't want to say freedom is in our hands, but Prof. Siepe, I think that's what you were actually saying. If this thing collapses or if it stands, talking about history, history will judge us because it's us who are in this position now to make things happen. Yes, the history goes with blame. Those who done psychology, they know you blame, but after blaming, what do you do? Are you going to remain in the victim mentality, or are you going to take a victory empowered, being empowered in an empowered mentality? Also in the classroom, colleagues, in the university, it's the responsibility of lecturers. Congratulations, Dr. Otawa, I forgot. It's upon us, colleagues, to give our students the best learning experience. That you also play a role actually in what students get in class. It's you who will only make your lectures, your classes exciting. At the end, you find that we act like someone forced. I don't remember any person being forced to be here at the university. Everyone made an application that I applied to join the University of Zululand. So when we're here, let's do what we're supposed to do and lift the standards high and not to disadvantage students. You check even issues of assessments when the policy says at least 2 assessments. But what is wrong about having 5 assessments? Because assessment is not only about passing or failing, it's about learning. I can assess just to test your knowledge, to check if learning has taken place. But if you don't have interest on what you actually do, the students weren't able to benefit. Also, I think there was emphasis of action steps. My belief, Dr. Ratau, is that if you see a gap, I'm one person, Prof. Siepe, I believe in God. I believe that if you see a gap in something or this chair is not properly okay, rather than complaining, it means that little voice is speaking to you to bring that change, to remove that chair, because I might not be saying that there's something wrong with that chair, but what it's saying is actually, if there's something that you want to do in the department, in the faculty, in the university, you just pick up and we'll support. I was speaking to the new director, Prof. Siepe, of Teaching and Learning, also in the director of research, Prof. Mazozo, concerning resources and funding. And they told me that funding is there, but it's because we don't know how to access it, Prof. Naidu. We don't know which projects you are running, which projects you need support. where are the challenges? And if you hear you're part of the university doesn't only belong to management. You know, like a person will come, what is the University of Zululand doing? And I'll ask you, they actually know who's the University of Zululand. Aren't you the University of Zululand? So let's not disassociate ourselves from the university colleagues. Prof. Apomo, you said something very important, which I wish in our engagements can continue, especially with colleagues. To express how you feel, it's not meant to offend. It doesn't mean that you're offending others. But the point which we're trying to bring into our values is that maybe let's do that with respect. Because you can deliver a message, right, Prof? But how you deliver it, how you express it, it makes you lose the point. People will miss the point, but what you're saying is right. Yeah. So let's not also, ne? And also in terms of one thing, Prof. Apomo, I've learned by being an editor in a journal, you'll have people who will write on the side and complain to the editor that, you know, the work that Prof. Apomo wrote doesn't make any sense. I said, yes, it might not make sense, but it's brave to write about it. So if it's wrong, challenge him. Yeah. Openly, not in corridors. Yeah. Critique the work and write a piece that you think whatever he's saying is not right. That's an academic space. In academia, we don't sit in corridors and gossip. No, we use the pen and the paper, colleagues. We use the library. A university is a space of learning. If there's a topic that you feel is burning, engage your students in, give them an essay. Let them have debates on African thought. What does it mean for them? What does it mean for sociology? What does it mean? So let's take it like further to class in our classrooms. And for everyone to make sure that they have the colonial consciousness. It's not everything that will be in black and in white, but we're saying in a curriculum, there are things which are a graduate attribute. Prof. Sepe was even talking about time. It's not written in black and white, but some things is principles that they should be inherent in all of us. That's what he was actually saying. And I can't emphasize, colleagues, the issue of humanizing pedagogies. Prof. Moyo, I think you've spoken at length about that. And mostly I'll refer this also to the heads of department. Let's create safe space for our lecturers to perform. Let's not be gatekeepers of knowledge, of situations and circumstances. You know the details that, which I won't even say now here, but be supportive to emerging and new staff members and support the colleagues to reach this goal. Because if we have one mission, we'll be able to achieve it. Those who read the Bible, Proverbs, I think Proverbs 29, verse 18 or 19, it's saying where there's no vision, the people perish. And today we are gathered here because our university management had a strong vision on allowing our university to be a node of African thought. So it's very important to make sure that everyone is aligned with the strategic plan and the strategic objectives. And I think even like now going forward, HR is going to run also a series of workshops with the HODs that every person, every staff member, what you do, you should at least have one thing that you do, and at the end of the day, you can say, I've contributed this to the node of African thought. I think they're aligning that to that as well. And we thank management for the constant support they're giving to this vision. and supporting the workshops, the faculty initiatives, and the university-wide support that is there. This training, Prof. Siepe, it's even started with management. Prof. Siepe did come and train management. And you know how easy, call a spade a spade. So they know the language in decoloniality. So I assure you that there will be no one who will be in trouble that they spoke on camera about race, apartheid, and things like that. So we are in the same page, colleagues. What we want to see, I just want to emphasize in closing that this, let it not end today. Let it translate to our teaching and learning, how we run the business of the university, and let us have this intellectual space. If you can really think of it, it's nice to be in a university, to be able to direct knowledge, to give guidance, to support, to speak, to write, to change the course of tourism, Dr. Nkosi. So let's do it, colleagues. I'm speaking to something which is very close to my heart, and I might not even finish talking, but I just want to say thank you to all for participating. Thank you, Prof. Siepe. Thank you, Prof. Moyo, the Director of Research, for not being here. And let's remember I'm not sure if I'll say the booklet. Yes, everyone should have it, the African thought system, how we're thinking, the direction that we're going as a university, and let's make our faculty the best faculty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. Excuse me. Thank you very much for those closing remarks. And yeah, I'm not gonna take, yes. Yeah, I think we've come to the end of our program. Yes, just this Bula colonial consciousness is central to have a worldview that incorporates a worldview of Africa. Thanks, Chito. Colleagues, I'm not gonna say anything, I don't understand between you and lunch. But CMD have requested one more picture, which will belong to the faculty. So we're requested to come forward and take one picture. And then after that picture, we can have lunch and then go home. Or to class. What time is it? It's 1. Or to class if you have a class, yes. All right, colleagues, let's quickly come forward. Colleagues online, thank you for joining us, and we love you. Bye.